I'm here. It's going well. It was a fun night last night. Padres clinch the playoff spot. It sounded like they intend to try to run this down to the very end, and with the chance of possibly winning this division. And so I think it's nice for them to be able to get that out the way. Now you kind of get back to just playing baseball. But man, what a way to end a ball game! A triple play. Just the high baseball IQ of Manny Machado on that play. I mean, playing for the bunt and then kind of in a snap decision, being able to get to the bag, fire a bullet strike right on the right side of Cronenworth. He gets to throw off, and the play at first wasn't even close. It was only a matter of if the guy at second had beat it. And after you got to see the replay slow down, it was pretty obvious that was a triple play. Great way to end that ball game. Yeah, man, it was pretty sweet, man. You can't make that up. Like that is a one of a kind. That's like a top tier play to ever clinch anything. You know what I'm saying? Like a triple play. Like that's just it just doesn't happen. And to get it, and then watch the guys the joy. They enjoyed it, man. Like you heard that a lot last night after the game that you know you should enjoy these moments, and you get back to work after, but enjoy the moment at the time that it's happening, and they seem to do that very well last night.
Yeah, and it was just great. How was the celebration afterwards? I mean, you were down there, you were getting sprayed with champagne. Everybody was extremely happy. What was it like?
I think it was everything you would expect. I mean, everybody was enjoying themselves. There was a lot of, I mean, my nice collared shirt was completely drenched after Tanner Scott got me pretty good. And I enjoyed it, man. Getting a chance to be with those guys. Uh,
There's some video
and
on the
and
YouTube stream
and
if you want to
s-
watch our
s-
show. Search 97.3 The Fan.
s- see the joy on everybody's face was that's do you realize this is why they do it?
It was such a great win last night, with just in so many different ways. I mean, the way the game ended, a walk off triple play, which I didn't think was ever possible, but that was really amazing the
Right.
way that game finished. And you see the celebration again, and as much as it's celebrating the entire year of what they've been able to accomplish. And as Kobe Bryant would say, the job's not finished yet. They could still accomplish a lot more things in the future. I'm glad they had a good time last night. I'm glad the game's at 7:10 tonight, not a 12:35 start, so these guys could to rest up and be ready to go for tonight's game. But I think Fernando Tatis Jr. said it last night. He said, I even though we're going to have a good time tonight, I think we're going to be even better tomorrow and have a lot more energy tomorrow. And I think you could build off wins like that. And the way that they've been able to handle the Dodgers this year has been phenomenal. I mean, they've put together a lot of great wins, against LA this year. And they had that kind of monkey on their back for the last couple of years, and this year they really bucked that monkey off and don't have to deal with that problem anymore. So they've almost flipped it, where the Dodgers now have to worry about these games. So hopefully they can finish the job, keep putting the pressure on, and with the way that there's a hurricane rolling through the southeast, there's a lot of things that are working out the Padres' way right now, even more so than just a triple play.
Yes, and I am going to be this guy today because, yes, things were great. The triple play was great, but the circumstances that led to the triple play was not great. And I am not saying that Robert Suarez should not be the closer anymore. All I want is a discussion amongst the Padres as to what they're going to do. And I know that Mike Shilt's going to say he's going to stick by his closer, and that's fine. I think he should stick by his closer. But, Tony, it's concerning to me, as you know.
Stop being concerned. You have Mike Schilt at the helm. He's got this. He's got it under control. There's not a guarantee he's going to come out and say that Suarez is the closer. You don't know what he's going to say. You don't know. But the thing is, he has options at his his choices. So I trust Mike Schilt to make whatever the decision is, because I think he's earned that right at this point with all of the other decisions he's made throughout the course of the year. I mean, I remember a time where he was basically telling everybody to relax and that this wasn't a roller coaster, and it turned out that the halfway point of the roller coaster was just a straight line, just going up towards the sky. So that is I just think right now there's not to me, I think when the time comes or when the situation presents itself that it's time to go a different route, I think Mike Schult's going to go the other route.
I think you're right, too. I mean, I'm not saying, Mike Schilt is extremely smart. He's an accomplished manager. He's been very successful. So, yes, I will trust what he's saying. And if we're talking about Michael King, too, Michael King was great. He does have these, and I feel like the negative Nancy of the show today, but I will be, I guess. He does have these innings where he allows a bunch of guys on base, and then he ends up only giving up one run. And then he only gives up one run in the entire outing. Because
who cares?
Because I'm worried that the shoe's going to drop in the playoffs, and instead of the one run, it's going to be 3 runs. The shoe's going to drop.
Skraby, I think you just like to worry about nonsense. That's what it feels like. This is ridiculous. This dude has a top 2 ERA in all of National League. Like, knock it off. Like,
I'm a huge Michael King guy, and I'm not saying this is a problem. I'm just saying there are these things that happen.
Yeah, there are things that happen everywhere. The leaves fall off of trees there someplace as we're speaking, right? Like, yes, things happen, but he is in those cases, he has minimized the damage. The dude has under a 3 ERA on the season. He just took down, yesterday he got into trouble early. And by the way, in large part, not due to his own anything he did, And it's been like that over the last 4 or 5 starts. The Padres have seemingly made some type of error that have put him in a bind. And in almost all circumstances, he finds a way to get on out of it. So, I think that's the Suarez thing is much more of a real issue than Michael King and his supposed issues in the first couple of innings.
Well, the chat is telling me to turn off my mic, so I will for the next maybe 15 seconds. Okay.
I don't think there's as much concern about Michael King either.
I'm not being concerned. I'm not concerned about Michael King. I'm bringing up something
the other thing with Michael King, though, is you don't even know if he's going to get a start or not. He might be the guy that goes to the bullpen. I'm not saying that's the right thing to do, but they have so many options, as Tony was saying, that it's going to work itself out. It's going to play itself out. Now, I will say this. My concern level in Robert Suarez is incredibly high because if he's out there closing games, he just does not look like he's very confident right now on the mound. In the last couple of months, he has had now this track record of the ERA continuing to rise. And I don't mean his season ERA. I mean his month-by-month ERA has been getting worse and worse and worse. And we'll talk about this later with Matt Snyder. But that is a situation that will eliminate your season if you don't get that right. And to me, the way it's playing out, and I'm not saying don't use Suarez anymore. You have to use him. He's part of the team. He's a good asset to this team. But what I'm saying is, I think you need to, and I like the matchup-based deal, but I'd go Scott against their top 3 guys in the order, whatever inning that happens to be. I'd go Adam with the middle guys in the order, and then I'd go Suarez with the bottom half of the order. Now, if you can do that, I mean, that's a perfect world. And, you know, I honestly think when you get to playoff time, and Tony, you can say you could prove me wrong on this because I don't know what the inside. I feel like in playoff mode, these guys are going to do whatever job is asked them to do to go get a victory. And if Suarez's job is to go in the 7th inning, I think he's going to say yes, and I don't think he's going to care about the closing role. And if they ask Adam to save, he'll do it. And Estrada and anybody in that bullpen, whenever they get the ball, they're going to be like, let's go shut him down.
Exactly. And that's why I don't think there needs to be any concern. Because if the time comes, you know, and listen, I also think we have to keep in mind there's still 5 games left in the regular season. That's opportunity for Suarez to get it going in the right direction. Now, if push comes to shove and you get like a mixed bag, you get a couple good, a couple bad, come playoff time, I have no doubt that if Mike Shield thinks it's necessary, he will make the change. And as you said, I think that's what makes this team special. Just watching them last night is that I think that's exactly how it's going to go down, Braden. If that is the case, he will move aside and do the job that is asked of him. And I think that's one of the superpowers that this team has this year is that they pull the rope. We heard it from Manny after the game. They are pulling the rope all in the same. So when you get that, it's these worries aren't worries because the guys who are involved understand what's at stake.
And they got options, as you mentioned, Tony. And Schilt didn't mess around last night. I mean, Morahone with 2 outs gave up a couple of knocks. He's like, "We'll see ya. We're going to the next guy." But, you know, we got to win this game to
he's
clinch a playoff
also managed
spot.
like that most of the year. He's managed with urgency most of the year.
Hey, you know what? That's how you win ball games to the playoffs. I'm not worried from a managerial standpoint. But it is if they didn't have Adam and Scott, this would be a way bigger of a problem for the Padres going into the postseason.
Right, and that's the beauty in the moves that AJ made. And listen, I think you also you have to think to yourself, you want Suarez right. So you need these other games to get him going in the right direction, right? You can't pull the chute now because guess what? You're gonna need him. Right. You're going to absolutely need his arm. It may not be in the 9th inning, but you are going to 1,000% need his arm. So, you know, we should all be in these next 5 games hoping he can get some opportunity where he gets it going in the right direction because you remove Suarez from the situation, from the equation. Yes, you do have Scott. You do have Adam. But that's one less arm that you are dealing with, and we know come postseason, especially in the bullpen, those arms are very, very, very necessary. So
yes, I would like to say before we head to break.
No, go ahead, buddy.
I know. I'm sorry. There's the delay and all this other stuff, but I would like to say that I started this whole thing, and you can go back in the YouTube and say that I don't think that Robert Suarez should not be the closer anymore. I just said there should be a discussion. I didn't say anything about him being terrible or anything. And you guys aren't saying that, but I feel like that's how I'm being perceived at the moment.
I'll say it. I don't think he should be the closer right now. I absolutely don't think he should be the closer right
now.
Jump
on Braden then.
Hey, you know what? It's all fun and games until he gives up a 3-run bomb and all of a sudden your season's over. But as we talked about before, I don't think he's going to be upset if he loses the closer role in the postseason. He's going to take the ball and he's going to give the team what he's got, and that's the best part about this team. And they talked about in the postgame with Tony how much they love each other. They're going to do their role, whatever it may be.
I have no doubt. All right, let's step away. We got more Padre baseball, more playoff, situations, equations. We got it all coming up here, Gwynn and Chris. What's up, everybody? 2:22 on the clock. Tony Gwynn Jr., Chris Ello not here. Matt Skraby is, though. Braden Soprenet in the building as well. Adam Klug on the ones and twos. And things are still unclear in terms of this playoff picture from many different angles in the National League. Padres still chasing a division, possibly. There could be some change over there. You have the bottom tier, which is still clogged up. The Diamondbacks aren't quite in nosedive, but they're teetering right
They
now.
are.
Certainly seems like it. The Braves get a victory at home against the Mets in yesterday's game, so they pull a little bit closer as well. Speaking of that series, as the folks on YouTube watching on YouTube can see, there has been a postponement. There will be a doubleheader on Monday, which is really the nightmare scenario for Major League Baseball, having to have a doubleheader that could possibly decide a playoff spot, that will decide a playoff spot. Probably not ideal. This team, whoever comes out of this, will end up turning around and having to play a game the following day. And so, it's not ideal, but what's got to be done was got to be done. Mother Nature wins out when these things happen.
It is ideal for the San Diego Padres,
I was going to say,
if they
I
take
don't
care
care
of
about
business
this at all.
weekend.
I don't care about this at all. It's good for the Padres.
Magic number's 2 for the 4 seed. If the Padres get the 4 seed, I mean, you're looking at a bunch of teams that aren't going to know who they're playing, where they're going. If it's the Braves, the Mets, tax bullpens, starting rotations being out of whack. I mean, you still have to take care of business, right? But at the same time, this is all good news in terms of if you're a San Diego Padres fan. I mean, think about this, Tony, on a situation where if the Padres do well against the Diamondbacks this weekend and Arizona's in limbo based on results that have to wait for the Mets and the Braves, you could potentially have 3 teams that are battling for 2 spots with the Brewers and Padres waiting to see who they're going to play, and not one of those 3 teams has any idea where they're going to go until the conclusion of Game 2, which will be at about 9 o'clock, 8 o'clock Eastern time on Monday, to play games on Tuesday. And on top of that, if you look at the Braves, Sale and Fried are probably not going to pitch in those games on Monday because they got to pitch in the games over the weekend, or they have them pitch on Monday to try to make the playoffs. But either way, they're either not pitching on Monday to make the playoffs, or they're not pitching in the first 2 games of a wild card. There's a lot of strategy and involvement with this as it kind of affects the playoffs in the next week.
I think that might be a little bit of an oversell. I think they regardless, the only thing that there is an advantage of is that one of those guys may have to pitch Monday. I'll give you that one. But in terms of who's going to be their opponent, where they're going, I mean, I don't think that's going to matter much. These dudes going to roll in as the playoffs, for crying out loud. They don't care if it's on planet Mars. They are going to go, they're going to show up, and they're going to be ready to play. Now, they may not have their ace on the mound, but that was going to likely be the case whether they played, whether they got to Monday or not. They were going to not have – they're going to have to throw their best guys in order to get this. The Braves certainly are, because they're the ones chasing the Mets. So
you don't think Trav would be a factor? I mean, if you don't know where you're going, you can't fly until 9 o'clock Eastern. You're gonna show up the morning of. I mean, and go play a ball game. I mean, that's I know that's difficult for a lot of. I know it's the playoffs, but that might be a little bit of a factor.
It could be. I just have a hard time seeing that being a huge thing moving forward. But either way, lot to unpack over the next 5 games between all of these teams. I mean, even in the American League, you still got Detroit and Kansas City still duking it out.
And this affects Kansas City this weekend too.
Nosedive.
Kansas City's in Atlanta this weekend, and that game on Friday might get postponed.
He's very worked up about this. If you can't tell,
it's crazy. It's mad.
These guys, I'm just saying, they got these chartered planes, man. They're gonna get out. They're gonna have an easy time getting in.
Oh, it's not horse and buggy.
You got the champagne factor, Tony. There could be popping champagne when they make the postseason, partying on the plane. Got to wake up, go the next day. MLB will give them the 12 o'clock start for no
somebody's
reason.
Yeah, I mean, again, they wouldn't be the first team that pop bottles the day before having to go into a playoff season. I mean, it's kind of par for the course unless you're one of these teams that have clinched like the Padres. They get it out the way. All right, what else we got today?
Well, I wanted to ask you about like the focus on winning the division now, because they are last night said that they were going to celebrate last night, and now they're going to move towards winning the division and getting into or going towards the playoffs. And Darvish even stopped celebrating last night so he can go and prepare. So as someone who's been in these locker rooms, Tony, how hard is it going to be for them today to turn around and continue to win and play like they have been?
To a man, they all said last night that it's not going to be a problem at all. Like, Mike Schilt wasn't worried at all about having to turn around and these guys being prepared. He they call it, they as I heard in that locker room, there's a bunch of killers in there, man. And so that means when the lights are bright and the bell rings, there's just some gamers out there, man. They go play ball. And so they had their fun last night. I have no qualms that there's going to be any issue in terms of them being ready for this game today. They're dialed in. I think if anything, if you've been paying attention to this team, you know that just by watching them conduct business like clockwork every single game, it feels like.
Man, the 20-year-olds can bounce back quickly after a night out. The 30-year-olds were probably wise in their decision-making last night.
Jackson's 21, so he is
I have no
age.
worries about Jackson being able to bounce back at his age.
Me neither. But the Dodgers, Tony.
Yeah, I mean, some of the best performances have come after a night of boozing.
Jackson Merrill also, he had a great line. We're going to play some of these clips a little bit later in the show, but he had a great line and great thing about Manny Machado and how he works harder than everybody else. And Jackson Merrill is fired up and he's dropping swear words and all of that good stuff.
Yeah, dog. Listen, even when I was doing my interviews last night, there was some couple times, man. And you can't really, it's not the time to be stopping them. Just hope that it's one slippage. They remember where they are and then they refocus and get back to it. But yeah, there was a little bit of that going last night.
You've talked about your relationship with these guys all year. What's it feel like to celebrate with this group in particular?
These are my best friends. I love everybody in here. They're all my brothers, all my family. And I couldn't have had it more fun first year, but we got more work to do.
Job's not finished.
I love that. How he goes. What does Sam say at the end? Sam was like screaming his question because obviously it's loud, but that was hilarious. It's like when Adam was like, "Isn't it extra sweet?"
Oh, you mean you have to talk extra loud when you're in the clubhouse? There's music going.
Yes, it was funny.
That place looked like Mr. Tempo last night.
Before we had to break, Tony, I got to ask you about the Dodgers and how you think they feel right now. Are they feeling the heat of the Padres winning the division? Are they not even really thinking about it right now? What's going on with them?
Oh, yeah, no, I'm sure they're thinking about it. I'm sure they're feeling the heat. Certainly the folks in Los Angeles ain't letting them not think about it. I can guarantee you that. So, it's tough times right now. Tough times. They was fouling out of that stadium after about the 6th, 7th inning. They're starting to get light. And that was almost like the mercy rule right there. And then to have them ended on a triple play, man, that's like the ultimate slap in the face last night. And so, they regardless of whether they want to be thinking about it or not, they're forced to think about it. And the tough part is that there's still 2 more games. They're right back in the mix here tonight. Another glorious 7-10 start here at Dodger Stadium.
Is it extra sweet because it's against the Dodgers?
How much champagne did you drink, Adam, before you asked that question?
None.
Who was that? Was that Adam?
That was Adam.
2022. Play it again.
2 years ago.
Is it extra sweet because it's against the Dodgers?
Isn't that Peter Seidler, right?
Yeah. Has Tony never seen this?
I think he's seen it. It's probably been a while.
I
though.
interviewed Peter Seidler after we beat the Dodgers a couple years ago, and I was like screaming at him because it was so loud.
Tony's never heard that before.
Rob Manfred, move over.
Drunk Adam Klug. That is really funny. But no, I mean, it is loud in there.
That's amazing. Why aren't we using that more often? We need to have that dialed into the whole board.
Everybody uses it.
It's
all
kind of
the
a
time.
bad
I
way.
know. I can't believe you've never heard that before. That's crazy.
I've never heard of that. That's wild. That's crazy work right there.
Wild.
Tony's gonna make it his ringtone when Adam calls him.
Hey, and
Was it extra sweet?
Is it extra sweet that you beat the Dodgers?
Little text-
I don't know
little
why
text
I'm
tone
making
from
fun of Adam
Adam.
right now. I don't know why I shouldn't be doing that because I'm usually the one getting made fun of, and he's defending me. Anyway,
Let's hold on. Let's get to break.
Before we all
when
get fired.
Come back, we'll get a chance to. We'll get a chance to jump into some of those celebrations from last night. I was down hot in the action, being sprayed. I got doused. Tanner Scott crushed me with lots of. I think it was champagne. It was definitely champagne, and it was ice cold, ice cold. But anyway, play some of those interviews for you when we return. More Gwynn and Chris on the other side.
at 10 a.m. for 97.3 The Fans commercial-free Padres Roundtable featuring Ben and Woods, Annie and Elston, and Gwynn and Chris, presented by San Diego Roundtable Pizza. For takeout or delivery, go to roundtablepizza.com. Roundtable, the last honest pizza. So we will have the Roundtable tomorrow, and there will be a Roundtable replay during our show tomorrow. So stay tuned for that. But we went to break giving Adam a really hard time about his interview with Peter Seidler when he said, isn't it extra sweet you beat the Dodgers? Well, I think with Peter Seidler being kind of the focus of this season, we need to go back in time and hear Adam interviewing him in 2022. Did I do some? In 2022.
I'm here with the owner of the Padres, Peter Seidler. Peter, how does it feel to advance to the NLCS?
It feels great. The players, the fans, they both showed up in the biggest possible way all season long, but especially these last two nights. And the come from behind clinching game today, it could not have been better. Congratulations to our players.
Is it extra sweet because it was against the Dodgers? Is it extra sweet because it was against the Dodgers?
A little bit. They're the team that has dominated the last decade, and like we said, you know who that dragon is up the freeway. We got to slay it, and we did it this year, and we will be a very good team for years to come.
Oh man, that is just amazing.
My
stuff.
voice didn't crack, yours cracked.
Yeah, that was amazing stuff. And
The voice crack and then the zoom in on Peter's ear.
yeah.
Is it extra sweet because it was against the Dodgers?
Not his best.
I'm so happy we get to laugh about this stuff now. But if you're telling me, because I'm a person who believes in the extraterrestrial, I'm a person who believes in the unexplained. You can't tell me that Peter Seidler wasn't a part of that triple play last night. I don't care if you think I'm weird. I don't care if you think that I'm crazy. But Peter Seidler has been a part of this season. That's how I can explain some parts of this season.
I can't even go there right now with what I just heard. My stomach is hurting.
Your stomach is hurting. It was so funny. But all right.
It sounded like Adam took like a 40-ounce to the head and decided to do interviews afterwards.
Is it extra sweet because it was against the Dodgers?
And then Peter just went a little bit. That's literally what his answer was immediately. A little bit.
Oh man.
Peter beat himself.
I'm gonna laugh about this for the rest of today. I gotta tell you.
The chat is
That
just
was
losing their
All
minds.
right, we'll come back to that later because it's gonna be hilarious all day long. But Tony got to interview a bunch of players after the game last night. And
Was
they
it like
clinched.
that? Was it like that interview, Tony?
I hope I haven't heard any of them. I hope I have not just been laughing my tail off only to find out that I sound the exact same way. So we'll all cross our fingers on this.
Here is
Yeah,
your
we'll go.
interview
We'll go.
with starting pitcher last night, Michael King.
I'm with Michael King, the starting pitcher of tonight's ball game. And listen, Mike, Jesse and I have watched up from the top. You've had some bad luck over the last 4 or 5 starts, and I think the saying goes something like out after error. How were you able to kind of refocus after the first error of this ball game, and you were still struggling to kind of command your stuff at that point?
One of those games I didn't have anything. Upsetting because it was such a big game. But then, I mean, there's Bogey. I trust in the biggest spots of all. And so Bogey came up to me and apologized afterwards. I said, that's a dumb comment. You cannot be apologizing to me. I knew he was going to have a good game, and he obviously had the RBI. And it was really just a grind, putting up zeros and making sure that we kept the lead.
Now, I know this is a team event right now, but we're going to talk about you personally. I mean, first year as a full-time starter, you rolled through it and made it look quite easy. I mean, talk about what has helped you get to this point this season.
I think the leadership ahead of me, having Darvish and Joe there, Cease has been doing it for however many years, and then Ruben's been my rock through it all. I mean, I learned so much throughout the season, and even today, I was like, I'll be more efficient, I promise. And he was like, no, this is not a game to be efficient. There he is right there. And he's like, it's not a game to be efficient. We got a full bullpen behind you. Just put up zeros and get out of there.
You were able to settle in, got through 5 innings of work. You handed it off to your bullpen, which has been phenomenal. And just when it started to look like it got rocky, it ended up going your way. A triple play to get you guys in here to party. Talk a little bit about that.
I mean, incredible. Suarez has been our guy the whole year. Obviously struggling a little right now.
Woo! Enjoy it.
But like, you knew he was going to make pitches. He's a big game pitcher. And then there's nobody in that spot that I wanted to go to more than Manny. And Manny, cool, calm, and collected, knew exactly what to do. Trip play is freaking cool.
Michael King, terrific season as a Padre. You got more work to do. I mean, you guys are going to have some fun here tonight, but there's still some unchecked boxes.
Oh, yeah, we're going to be playing on Halloween. That's our goal. So, and beyond, obviously.
Enjoy yourself, brother.
Thank you.
I love Michael King, and I love that line where Bogarts came and apologized. He's like, no, that was a dumb comment.
That's a dumb comment. That's a great answer right there. Love that.
I could just imagine him like getting him eye to eye. That is a dumb comment. But good job, Tony. That was a good interview.
Yeah, thank you. That one, that was my best one. I think they all progressively got worse because you're trying to remember like unique questions for specific players in like real time. I'm just grabbing guys, so that you start at at least for myself personally, I start thinking about like the questions I should have asked and like all the way back and figuring out. There's a couple I missed on Schilt that I wanted to ask, but. All in all, you want to. I think ideally, you just want to hear from those guys at that moment, especially the guys that we got. So, I'll hang my hat on that as opposed to the actual questions I was asking.
I think your questions were great, Tony. Don't worry about them. And as I said before the show, when you said that, there is plenty of time for you to keep asking those questions. They have a lot more in them, I believe.
Hopefully, yeah, that's the idea for sure.
All right, let's go to the next interview. Let's go with your interview with Joe Musgrove. And Joe Musgrove, I remember him in 2022 when you interviewed him, and he was just so happy to be on this team. And I heard this last night, and I loved it. So here is your interview with Joe Musgrove.
I got Joe Musgrove here, who couldn't have a full, complete show without having this guy. Joe, talk about this experience right now, man. This is you guys are starting to make this a habit. I'm digging this.
I know, man. It's a little flashback to 22, what that feeling's like. I think once you get in the postseason one time, you get that feeling, you get a taste of playoff baseball, you want to be back there every year. So something that started back in November of last year, finishing on the note that we finished on, everyone's eager to get back at it. A lot of uncertainties of what the roster was going to look like, what the staff was going to look like, and I couldn't be happier with the group of guys that we got.
Let's talk a little bit about you. You missed some time this year, took your time to get right, and have perhaps thrown the best baseball you have this season. Watching this game from the bench tonight, just what were your emotions as Crony hits the 2-run shot? You guys get out to a 4-1 lead. Did it start to feel like this was inevitable?
Yeah, I mean, it feels like that every time we're in a game. If we get a lead, we feel pretty confident that we can hold it. And if we do happen to give it up late in the game, I mean, our 7, 8, 9 innings, the damage that we're able to do with the offense gives you a lot of confidence. So we can get to the 5th, 6th inning, hand that ball over to the bullpen. We feel really good about our chances. But this group that we have here this year, it's the most fun thing is growing as baseball players with these guys. We're really starting to understand the game. We're starting to understand how our team operates and the things that we need to do on a daily basis. And it's just fucking fun to watch it all play.
There was Joe Musgrove. Adam got to it in time, but that was Joe Musgrove with Tony Gwynn Jr. after the game last night. As you could tell, very excited that they made it.
I was wondering what happened there. I was like, wait a minute, the interview didn't end like that. But I said, then I remember. Oh,
yeah, it did.
It did.
It just ended.
And you know what? I don't blame Joe at all or any of these guys because they're pretty good for the most part.
They're not doing it intentionally. These are. I mean, it doesn't matter for us, but either way, it's not like they're coming on there with the intent of dropping an F-bomb or whatever.
Flavorful words.
Yeah, exactly. So
let's just sing.
Yeah, you almost have to expect that in these heightened environments where, I mean, they're literally pouring alcohol on top of each other. So, I mean, it's bound to happen.
You know what I thought was really great last night was when Jesse was trying to stall long enough for you to get down there and get in place, and he was doing such a good job.
I felt for him too, man. I could hear him in my ear, but they weren't gonna move. They came in, they were all excited. They're getting themselves positioned, they're getting their gear on. Mike comes out, says something, a couple other guys speak. And, nothing was good. Nobody was going to be interviewed until after all of that went down. So he had to stall for quite some time before I grabbed Xander, who was the first one we had.
Yeah, and he was like, yep, I'm still seeing down there a lot of flashing lights, and the champagne has been popped. But, yeah, it was really funny. I got to ask you about Jerks and Profar last night. Does it surprise anyone in this room that Jerks and Profar had such two great catches last night to save parts of that game? I mean, that's what he's been doing all season long.
Exactly. So it shouldn't surprise anybody. He's been so good this year in many different ways and in different times for the Padres. And when it seemed like, he was losing steam there, he picked it right back up and has played and performed, at a level that he had been performing all year long. And it's just been fun to watch Jerickson, man, finally kind of get going on this and really put a full year package together. Because at this point, this is real. Like, this is who he is right now.
Yeah, he's been great and playing really well. And I'm interested to see what they do with him in the postseason, whether or not they take him out late in the game, as a defensive replacement. I think he's done well enough to play the entire game. Obviously, got a lot of guys on that team you can get reps in and everything like that. So that would be interesting to see. But for me, Tony, I'd like to know a little bit more from your perspective of being down there in the clubhouse. I mean, you've been a player and have celebrated. You've been now a broadcaster celebrating. I'm sure you got to be down there maybe once or twice when your dad was playing. Does it ever get old for you to go down there? And what's the experience like as you've done it now in kind of different roles? Has that changed for you, or is everything kind of the same down there?
I mean, it's different because when you're on the team, like you got free reign. Like, it's your show, right? You get to do what you want to do. You get to spray champagne. You get to whatever it is you want to do. It's your palace, basically. As a broadcaster, a team member, but a broadcaster, right? Like, there are invisible lines that I don't want to cross, right? I mean, I certainly didn't hit a baseball. I didn't hit a grounder to a player. I didn't flip a baseball. I didn't hit a baseball. So, there's a certain amount of work that allows for you to be able to pick up one of those bottles and pop it open and spray it on somebody. And so it's different from that standpoint. But the one thing that is very much the same is the joy that is in that room. And I don't want to say a relief, but just like kind of like a good feeling about accomplishing something that you set out to do 6 months ago. And at that time, you didn't know what the road ahead was. So you go through that journey, and when you get to this point, again, a sense of relief is not the right word, because obviously you got to keep playing, but there is like this feeling of joy for an accomplishment that you literally planned 6 months ago, and everything went the way you needed it to go in order to get to this point. So that part doesn't change, right? I may not have flipped a ball, hit a ball, took a ground ball, hit a ground ball, but I certainly was here to tell the story. And so, yeah, you feel a part of that, and I think the guys respect that. They see when they see you there every day, it does start to feel like you're part of the family in some way too. So I enjoyed that very much, watching those guys be able to celebrate the way they were. Yeah, talked us right to the break. That's crazy.
Perfect.
That is great. That
Radio
is great.
magic.
You hit the post.
Love
buddy.
it.
When we get back, I'm going to tell you about where the Padres are in the World Series odds after last night, and more later in the show from Tony interviewing some players. We're going to celebrate today and get ready for Game 2 tonight on 97.3 The Fan.
let me join the show there. Welcome in, Gwynn and Chris.
We're tired of hearing you already. When's that 3:30 bus show up? We speed that up a little bit?
Fair enough. Dylan Cease, Jack Flaherty facing off tonight. Good pitching matchup. Jack Flaherty probably been the Dodgers' best pitcher since he's been acquired. Dylan Cease been on a nice little run here as of late, throwing the ball really well. And, the Padres continue to try to walk down the Dodgers for this division title. It would be, there was a point in the season where we were happy that the last 3 games were going to be against the Diamondbacks. Now we're at a point in the season where we wish those 3 games were flipped, right? So that this series would be much like it was in 1996. Kind of an end-all, be-all type situation. So that's not the case. Padres still looking to try to hawk down these Dodgers. Their offense yesterday was stymied by Michael King. And when Dylan Cease is on, he's commanding the fastball, and then kind of everything else kind of falls into place, it seems like. And that's what you're looking for today when he takes the mound.
I think Jack Flaherty in that trade, I don't think the Dodgers realized how important that trade was going to be for them because he's become the guy in their rotation that they can rely on. And that's not a good feeling for Dodgers, and I'm fine with it. So there's my thoughts.
Tonight's match is going to be pretty good.
Interesting, Skraby.
It's so awkward with this 3 different places. Anyway,
but tonight's very much again. You got to bounce back from. You got to as much as you say all the right things in terms of partied last night and now it's time to go and go take care of business and continue this with 5 games left. Again, another playoff level atmosphere and. Tony, we got to watch a little bit on TV. We got to listen to you guys on the radio. From your perspective, you have been able to witness a lot of big games in Padres history, either, as a kid growing up, as a player in the organization, and now as a broadcaster. And I know it's kind of went with what I was talking about before with the Clubhouse, but you've been at a lot of the biggest moments in Padres history. What was last night like? For you, and kind of give us that local perspective. You're a San Diego kid, man. I mean, growing up, watching this team, it's probably cool interviewing another San Diego kid and Joe Musgrove last night, and just with the history that the Padres have had. What was last night like for you as a San Diego local, and what were the vibes like at Dodger Stadium, a place that you've been so many times?
I'll say this real quick. We were back at the hotel by 11:45, 11:50.
Perfect.
So, what happened after everybody got here, I don't know. I went to my room. So, I
That's
feel
the
like
savvy vet that you are, Tony.
I feel like I got sufficient. I couldn't wait to get out of that champagne-laced Lululemon shirt I had on that was soaked. But, I think, at least from my perspective, I think yesterday was I don't know. I think we've had different moments. I think the real moments, start to have a lasting impact when you're doing it more often, right? Like you're not just holding on to just, these handful of moments that you have. And that's kind of how it's been for San Diegans. And the thing that kept coming to my mind yesterday, and I kind of alluded to in one of the interviews, I think it was with Joe, you want this to become a habit. Like you want to be in the mix, have fun. Rather, oftentimes we lock in on the stress part of being a fan, but how nice has it been over the last 4 years to actually be having conversations of going to the playoffs? I mean, we're actually having a conversation before we even get there about this team being a World Series contender. Like when has that ever? That wasn't even the case in '98 when the team was ended up going to the World Series. It's maybe last year there was some expectation that it could be, but as the season was going, it became pretty apparent that okay, maybe World Series. Let's just try to get to the playoffs at that point. And so I say all that to say that the thing I was excited about was the fact that this is starting to be something that feels normal. You know, this wasn't something that has ever felt normal here. And, you know, being in there yesterday, last night, it was like, yo, this is kind of familiar. I know what to do. I did this before. It was in San Diego. It was in New York. Those type of issues, those things, because you've started to do them a little bit, it's a good feeling. You're starting to see it kind of come together. So this story is still yet to be fully told. So,
Yes.
We'll see how it goes.
You know, for a long time, the Padres never made the playoffs, so maybe Chris is going to have to change when he takes his vacations now because things are becoming a little bit more normal with the Padres going deep.
I'm going to say I think there's an adjustment that has been made here. I mean,
what's the adjustment?
He went in September instead of October.
He usually goes in October.
That's right.
And like he's not here for the playoffs. Remember, I know we're talking about the playoffs. Playoffs has not actually started yet. We still got the rest of this week to get through. He'll be back next week, so that brings him here for the actual.
But the playoffs will have already started by the time he got back. So
what day does he come back? The 2nd?
I think he comes back on the 2nd. Yes.
Okay, so it's first day or second day of the playoffs. He's getting here for it, buddy.
I think that I'm going to require him now from going forward that he's going to have to take his vacation in like March. That's when it's going to happen.
There's also a world where Chris misses 0 Padres playoff games if they just win the division.
That's true.
It's true.
Don't give Chris an out,
Take that,
Adam.
Skraby.
What the heck?
Take that, Skrabe.
I actually had a friend text me last night, and it's kind of funny because his kid was 3 years old, I believe, in 2022. So now that they've been to the playoffs twice in the last couple years, he's used to them going to the playoffs.
What a lucky kid! Great for the kids, man.
That is a trip, right? There is a portion of folks out here that only know Padres success. They don't
I know, right?
But at the same time,
they've only had to hear about how bad things had been at some point.
You know what?
That wasn't true.
Let the youth of San Diego have a team like that. Because growing up for me, like I was 3 years old in '98, and my favorite player for the longest time, Tony, was your dad. And then after, I only got to see the tail end of his career, and then after that. People would ask me all the time, like a kid. When you always ask kids, right? Well, who's your favorite player? And I never picked anybody not on the Padres. And so for the longest time, because they had a new roster almost every single year, it was Tony Gwynn is my all-time favorite player. And I only watched like 3 or 4 years of his career, and it was different jerseys all the time. And I remember, and I say this all the time, you know, coaching at Cathedral, I get to see, you know, when I get to school, sometimes they have like Jersey Day or something like that. When I was at Cathedral, there was never a single Padres jersey worn on Jersey Day. Nobody ever wore Padres stuff. None of the kids were ever Padres fans because they weren't very good and they had a brand new team every year. And now I go to Cathedral, and I bet you a lot of schools are like this. There are Padres jerseys everywhere. And I think the coolest part about that is even though my childhood, I didn't get to enjoy like Padres baseball at a high level and people around the country wearing Padres gear, it is so cool what this ownership did in signing these big contracts and getting kids at a young age to know that they're going to have Machado on the team their entire childhood and Tatis on their team their entire childhood. I mean, it's so great for the youth of San Diego, and honestly, they're doing a great job of getting kids all over the country to wear the brown and gold.
I can't help but think about how many people want to trade all those guys that have
I know
10+ years.
Just about. I was thinking it.
Think about. It's so cool though for the kids now.
It's really a great point though that it is cool that this generation of kid gets to experience something that most of us didn't, and that's kind of the whole point of this kind of turn and what the Padres again. But anyway, that was all to say that's what the thing that I was thinking about when I was in the clubhouse last night as the festivities began. Again, 7-10 matchup here, game 2 between Padres Dodgers. The one thing that stood out to me yesterday, and it's just that triple play, right? I mean, it was setting up for Otani, the alien, to come up in a situation that would not have been ideal, and it further makes me believe that there truly is something magical about this Padre team. Like, I mean,
you had a no-hitter this year too.
Yeah.
I mean,
oh,
think
wait,
about
let me
all
get
the
stat.
moments.
Hold on, I
mean,
gotta
it's
get
just
the stat.
how many times, while he's getting that stat, how many times you see those World Series champion videos, right? And they have all these they have
Padres
this
have had
lengthy
a
list of
triple
moments.
play. Padres have had a triple play, a no-hitter, a back-to-back-to-back sets of back-to-back-to-back home runs.
Comeback wins.
A comeback win from 8 runs down. There's been 700 triple plays ever. There's been 300 no-hitters thrown. There's been 300 sets of back-to-back-to-back home runs. And there's been over 100 comeback wins from 8 runs down. But the Padres are the only team to do all of those in one season. So, it has been one of those type of years for this ball club. And it continues tonight. Padres, Dodgers. Let's get to break. On the other side, Little Daily Gambit?
Little Daily Gambit. We're going to hear a lot from you while you're transitioning over to the stadium, Dodger Stadium, that is. We're going to hear your interviews. We're going to hear the Big Five. We have Matt Snyder coming up in this hour. So, yeah, lots to go, Tony.
Awesome. Well, more Gwynn and Chris, Daily Gambit on the other side. Here's some traffic.
Well, that promo right there was enough to pull on my heartstrings. I don't know about everybody out there. That was a good one, Adam. That was really good. You went and got all the work parts for that. Peter Seidler, Mike Schilt. Man, we are in a really good mood here today on 97.3 The Fan. Matt Skraby, Braden Soprano, Adam Klug, Tony Gwynn Jr. off to Dodger Stadium. We'll hear from him again here shortly for an interview with Matt Snyder of CBS Sports. He was really excited to talk about the Padres and what they did last night, too. So we'll get to that here in about 20 minutes. This hour is brought to you by Indeed. Need to hire? You need Indeed. Their end-to-end solution helps you to attract, interview, and hire candidates all year long or all year round. Schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from your Indeed dashboard. Learn more by visiting Indeed.com/credit. All right, we're going to hear real quick from MLB Network. And Mark DeRosa, I really like Mark DeRosa, by the way, on MLB Network. I think he's really good. He explains things in a really easy to understand way. But Mark DeRosa has also been a huge Padre supporter throughout this entire season. And this morning on MLB Network, he talked about the Padres, and I think you're going to like what he had to say.
They win last night. They're just 2 back of the division. Remember, they own the tiebreaker. As we said, the division is still in play for this group. And they believe, too. Yeah. And they're a problem. Yeah. They are a problem.
And I want to give love. We talked about who the pitching matchup we were most looking forward to. Michael King gave up a 1 spot in the first yesterday and bared down. He gave them a chance. Crone zone got hot, took Knack deep on a changeup, gave him the lead back 2-1. San Diego's good.
Dodgers rotation. Tell me about the Dodgers rotation.
Yeah, concerned.
Landon Knack, and he is going to be a stud. But you always talk about asking someone to do something that
I don't think he sees.
You don't?
No, I don't.
Who?
I think it's going to be Yamamoto, Flaherty, and Buehler.
Yamamoto hasn't.
And both.
They got to hope that Yamamoto's can give them a little bit of length. And
yeah, I reached on that. I'm man enough to say I make some mistakes. about 2-3 week stretch ago, I thought the Dodgers were like, ooh, they're a wagon. Here they come. Their bullpen's sick. Otani's raking, Mookie's raking, and then Glasnow went down. And I thought they could cover it, and then Stone, and then they got a lot. I still like them, but San Diego's definitely a problem.
I love that. San Diego is definitely a problem. He's right. He's absolutely right. I think we've seen it all year. I think we've seen it here ever since the All-Star break. And I don't have confidence, if I'm a Dodgers fan, in my team heading into the playoffs. Yamamoto, like they said, Yamamoto missed a lot of this year. He has been good when he's pitched this year, but he's also missed a ton of the year. So I guess you could throw him out there and see what happens, but I'm much more comfortable with the Padres rotation and what they got going on.
Yeah, the Padres are I think the scariest team in the National League right now that you'd have to deal with. They are a problem for most teams in the National League. We talked about it yesterday. Based on how roster construction is, I start looking at, pitching wins, right? Pitching and defense wins in the postseason. That's what everybody always likes to say. But on top of that, you got to be able to swing the stick, too, and we'll get to that in a second. But you look at the pitching staffs, aside from maybe the Phillies, but even that one's pretty similar to the Padres. There's not a pitching staff out there that I would rather have than the San Diego Padres, right? I think the bullpen's the best. I don't think anybody in Major League Baseball has a bullpen that is better than San Diego. I think the starting staff, I think you can make arguments with other teams. They might have a better 1-2-3 than San Diego, but it's in the top. And you start looking at the Dodgers and their starting rotation and their bullpen, they don't have it. I mean, it's not a bullpen that I think, and it's not a starting staff that I think the other teams in the National League would immediately swap with in the postseason. And you start looking at the other teams in the postseason. The Brewers have a better pitching staff than the Dodgers do. The Diamondbacks are probably the only team that doesn't have a better pitching staff than the Dodgers do. Mets have a better pitching staff. We talked about it yesterday, especially with Chris Sale at the top of the rotation for the Braves. I'd take the Braves pitching staff over the Los Angeles Dodgers. Talk about a lineup construction. I mean, the top 3 in the Dodgers order is definitely the best in the playoffs. But after that, I think it's a lot better than it's been, after the trade deadline when they acquired Tommy Edman and, kind of moved some things around. It looked a lot better. But, from a start top to bottom, the Dodgers are not the world beater team that they've been in the past. They're not the big dragon that needs to be slayed in the National League. If I have to pick a favorite, it's probably the Phillies. And then after that, I'd probably go Padres 2. I think it's a toss-up between the Brewers and the Dodgers. I'd probably go Dodgers 3, go Brewers 4. And then from there on out, you're going with the rest of the wild card spots. And I think it's probably the Mets. And the way the Braves are playing right now, I think it's the Braves of the Diamondbacks. I mean, I think the Diamondbacks are going to play themselves out of a playoff spot right now the way that they're playing.
Yesterday.
Yeah, they got their ass handed to them last night. I mean, the Giants destroyed them, and that is a very bad loss for Arizona before the postseason.
Trying to make the postseason, that's a terrible loss.
Yeah, awful. I mean, that is awful. But there's a lot of things going the Padres' way. You can mention the divine intervention that might be
Peter
in play
Seidler, yes.
and everything else. But I mean,
good vibes.
We talked about all of the situations and the stats that the Padres have put together. I mean, they are on a team of destiny type run. That doesn't mean it's a guarantee.
Yeah, correct.
Right? They still have to go out there and win the playoff games, but you got it. This is the most excited I've been as a Padres fan headed into the postseason, and got 5 games left, and a lot of things can change in 5 games, and hopefully tonight's the deal. But as Adam Klug told us after the show yesterday or during a break, he thinks the Padres are going to go in there and wreak some havoc. I think they got the Dodgers number. I think there's something to be said about reeling and the pressure right now.
I do
Who's
too.
got more pressure to win right now these next 2 games?
The Dodgers.
The Dodgers or the Padres? The answer is the Dodgers.
It's easier to chase than be chased, and the Padres right now are just playing free. They have nothing to lose, so they can go out and try to win these games and not have to worry too much. And we were talking yesterday about the lineup and about how the 5, 6, 7, 8 guys in the lineup for the Padres are much more dangerous than the guys in the Dodger lineup. And if you look at last night, you have Jackson Merrill going 1 for 4, Xander Bogaerts 2 for 4 with an RBI. You have Jake Cronenworth 2 for 4 last night, 3 RBIs and a home run. If that part of the lineup gets going, this is an incredibly difficult lineup to get through for other teams. They're not going to look forward to facing the Padres in the playoffs. Jake Cronenworth all year has shown that he still can hit when he needs to, and maybe the playoffs are something that Jake Cronenworth loves to do, loves to play in, because last time he had the winning hit against the Dodgers, and he had a great playoff run. This team is in the perfect place right now, and it's good stuff.
Pulling her up in the right direction, that's one thing, but let's go back to the lineup. Playoff caliber teams and World Series caliber teams have guys like Jake Cronenworth batting 7th.
Yeah.
I said that on opening day. I said Jake Cronenworth at the end of the season, if the Padres are going to be a playoff team and a World Series caliber team, will not be batting 3rd. He'll be batting 7th. And people got we love Jake. I'm like, I'm not saying it's because Jake can't bat at the top of the spot at the order. What I'm saying is World Series caliber teams have guys the caliber of Jake Cronenworth batting 7th in their order. It lengthens the lineup. Donovan Solano batting 8th is drastically different than what the Padres' bottom 3 spots were at the beginning of the season.
Oh, yeah.
The bottom 3 spots last year in 2023. And even, if you look at the playoff roster that the Padres had in 2022, it's very similar to the one they have now, and I think the one that they have now is better with the bottom half. I mean, you have to have a lot of guys in the order that are all contributors and that are big bats from top to bottom. That's what World Series teams have, and the Padres currently have that with Donovan Solano batting 8th. I mean, your worst hitter in the lineup's Kyle Higashioka. He's not a slouch.
No.
And then if you add Elias Diaz in there instead, Elias Diaz was hitting 270 when the Padres acquired him, when the Rockies decided to just let him go because he was a free agent at the end of the year. He was a all-star MVP not too long ago. I mean, that guy might be batting 9th for you. That's great. That is so much better than a lot of different lineups right now in Major League Baseball, but that's where you're at lineup-wise. I want to go back to the Dodgers, too. The pressure that's on them. Because when you have a huge lead in the division, and when you've won the division so many times, and when you and your fan base don't respect what's going on south of you because you've always taking care of business against the Padres, to be in the position they're in right now, it is, and if I was a Dodgers fan, I would be freaking out because it's embarrassing. You should never lose to the little organization down south. You should never lose to them. With the resources you have in every aspect of the organization, it is embarrassing to lose to the Padres if you're the Los Angeles Dodgers. With the history you have, with the clout you have, the money you have, the resources, as I mentioned, and when you have to worry about losing a game like that, things can unravel on you, and they can unravel quick. And if the Padres win tonight, the pressure tomorrow is even greater on the Dodgers. And if the Padres win on Thursday, you better believe they're sitting there going into Colorado, playing tight and going, we better not screw this up because we have been the top dog in this league for so long.
It's not given, and I feel like, I know the Dodgers don't think it's given, but it's just the media has given it to the Dodgers for so long, and the Padres are finally doing it. You were talking about the beginning of the year, the lineup. Who was the 5, 6, 7, 8 hitters, or 5, 6, 7, 8, 9? Do you remember?
He had like Josh Bell down
No,
there.
I'm talking about this year when they opening day. Sorry, I left that part out.
I don't.
Opening day. So the 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 hitters opening day. Hassan Kim, which we will talk about because there is a possibility he returns this weekend, and that will add another person into the mix. Jerks and Profar batting 6th, Campusano 7th, Wade 8th, and Merrill 9th. And the reason Wade was in there because Manny was DHing. But you're right. Moving Jake Cronenworth all the way down, that is 100% the identity of a championship team, is when you have to move hitters down because you got better guys behind him, and that person's better served in the 7th spot, which Jake Cronenworth is. And him batting 3rd for most of the year, it just wasn't working. So I like what you're saying. I mean, if you did indeed say that on opening day, Braden, that's a pretty good prediction.
Well, people got mad at me because I can't believe you don't believe in Jake Cronenworth. I don't not believe in Jake Cronenworth, but Jake Cronenworth is a 7-hitter on a World Series caliber team. If you look at the Padres lineup they put out against the Phillies in the National League Championship Series, this lineup is better than that lineup. And, lineup had guys like, Jake Cronenworth batting 5th, and Will Myers was batting 6th, and Kim was 7th, Grisham was 8th, and Nola was 9th. But you had guys in the lineup that could go out there and do some serious damage late in the ball game and are late in the order. I mean, those are the teams that win World Series. And if you go back and look at the last couple of World Series winning teams and the lineups they got studs in every single spot, and the Padres currently are putting that together.
Yes, we have a lot more to talk about with this Padres team going forward. But when we get back here on Gwynn and Chris, we're going to hear from Matt Snyder. And we asked him for the national perspective on what the Padres did last night and what people think about them heading into the playoffs. So Matt Snyder, when we get back on 97.3 The Fan.
There's a
Playoff clinching Padres station here on 97.3 The Fan. That was not the best way to say it, but there we go. I said it anyway. We have Matt Snyder coming up here in just a second of CBS Sports, but I wanted to say this and tell everybody about this before we get into it a little bit later. But Hassan Kim is expected to work the next few days at the Padres facility in Peoria, and then he's going to join them at Chase Field on Friday. No one knows if he's going to be activated then or for the postseason, but it is looking like he is going to be coming back here. And there's a big conversation to be had about what to do. Now, Adam sent this morning from Kevin Acee. He said if Kim returns, the Padres could play him at shortstop and move Xander Bogaerts back to second base, or they could play Kim at second base in order not to make Bogaerts move again. Platooning Kim and the left-handed hitting Jake Cronenworth at second base is also under consideration. And as we said a little bit earlier, Braden, I think all of these guys on this team are willing to do what it takes to win and go wherever they need to go. But I got to think that maybe Xander Bogaerts is a little frustrated with the moving back and forth from second base to shortstop and shortstop back to second base. I mean, I would prefer to see them keep him at shortstop because I don't think he wants to go back to second base.
I'd leave him at shortstop too. What are you going to do? Here's the other thing. I mean, I'd never understood moving Kim to shortstop at the beginning of the season. Granted, he was the better defensive shortstop than Xander, but he's a free agent at the end of the year, and you have Xander Bogaerts under contract for 10 more years or 9 more years, whatever it is.
Yeah.
So at the end of the year, if you're not going to sign Kim to be your long-term shortstop, which you're going to have to give him a lot of money in order to do that,
You're going to have to give him a lot of money.
Why upset the guy that's under contract for a long period of time again and move him back and forth? I mean, just leave him there. Leave him at shortstop. If he's going to play, put him at second, Kim. But right now, I mean, the lineup's doing well with what you got, and I don't necessarily know if Kim is an upgrade to your order right now.
Well, not with the way that he was hitting before he got hurt. I mean, defensively, he's definitely, someone that they want on the field. But in the lineup, I don't know what he's going to give them. He hasn't played since, late August? He's going to have a month before he plays in a baseball game. But we'll get into this a little bit more as the show goes along because it's a topic with many tentacles. All right, we're going to check traffic, and then right after traffic, we have Matt Snyder of CBS Sports.
From the 97 Center, here's Kelly Danick.
Traffic is sponsored by MTS, reminding you that trolleys run every 15 minutes or better. South 805's been having its share of problems this afternoon, guys. Now we've got this car fire near Sorrento Valley. It's got the right lane blocked. Up ahead, it's declaring an accident before the 163. Those vehicles are over to the right shoulder. Don't let traffic drag your day down, whether headed to the office or game day. Go the easy way with MTS. Trolleys run every 15 minutes or better throughout the day. Learn more and plan your trolley trip at sdmts.com. That's sdmts.com. I'm Kelly Danick with Gwynn and Chris, San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan.
Still enjoying last night's festivities. Padres get it done. They clinch a playoff spot and still have some unchecked boxes that they want to accomplish. And joining us to talk a little bit about it is Matt Snyder, one of our favorites. And Matt, last night the Padres get the 4-1 victory, and it looked a lot like a lot of their victories minus the ninth inning, but a triple play to end the game. Just a high IQ play from Manny Machado. What were your thoughts seeing that?
It was amazing. And I thought, and I tweeted this morning, was I don't know how many people appreciate the degree of difficulty on that play for Machado. To have the ball come right to him and to get to third base so fast and to wheel and throw an absolute strike to second with no margin for error whatsoever. It was an incredible baseball play. But that's what you get with Manny Machado at third base, and that's what we've been seeing for years. So that's why one of the reasons why he's going to be in the Hall of Fame someday, in my opinion. But that was an amazing way to end the game because it looked like, a Robert Suarez meltdown is in progress, and then you get the ground ball triple play all of a sudden to clinch the playoffs, no less. I was trying to think of the most dramatic playoff clinchers. I thought back, if you remember, 2004, Steve Finley hit a walk-off grand slam for the Dodgers, and it clinched it in NL West for them. If I'm going back to 2004 in my memory, that's a pretty darn dramatic clincher. But maybe it's not their only clincher because now they're 8-3 against the Dodgers and only 2 games out with 2 games to go in Dodger Stadium. And, the Dodgers have 3 in Colorado, and I know the Rockies are terrible, but weird stuff happens in Coors Field all the time. So this division by no means is over.
Talking to Matt Snyder, CBS Sports here, and the reason the triple play was so needed was because, as you said, Robert Suarez. So I wanted to get a national perspective on Robert Suarez and whether or not you think there is more of a discussion as to the closer role of the Padres than people are having right now.
It's just so difficult, and Mike Schilt has a much better feel on his team than any of us could have. The concerns are, one, that he's going to have a meltdown and cost you a playoff series. That's the biggest one. 2, if you remove him from the closer's role, you shatter his confidence and you mess up what looks like it could be an amazing lockdown bullpen. And it's not just the obvious Scott, Adams, Suarez at the end. You've got Hulling in that mix too, several other really live arms. You could also argue you've seen enough in the past, 8 weeks or so from Suarez to just say, don't worry about shattering his confidence because he should not be in high leverage situations the rest of the year. You have enough high octane arms that you don't need him in the high leverage situations. I would push back on that one because I kind of think you do, and he's shown how good he can be, and so many times. But it just looks like he has no confidence in throwing any off-speed pitches for a strike right now. And his fastball, while it is 100, 101, is straight as an arrow. And anytime it's a strike, it looks like the hitters lock in on it. And that was the case, I think it was Friday night against the White Sox. It looked like it was going to be the case last night. We've seen it so many times. The grand slam by the Tigers, I believe it was Parker Meadows. You've just seen it so much that I assume a lot of Padres fans are pretty worried heading toward the postseason. Got a few games left. Hopefully he gets some of these outings where he locks it down. He throws his off-speed pitches for a strike. He gets a lot of strikeouts instead of hard contact right at people. But it does seem worrisome.
Yeah, no, there's no doubt. There's starting to be, I think, a few antennas raised up as he continues to kind of have these up and down performances. Matt, this is the first time I can remember since I've been doing this job going to opposing teams' ballpark and talking to the people who work around the stadium and hearing so much praise about this Padres team. A lot of them think that this team has a chance to take this, pretty much all the way. I mean, what is the Padres storyline on a national level right now? We know what it is here in San Diego, but this team looks like this is a World Series contender.
100%. They absolutely look. It's interesting. I went on CBS Sports HQ, our video channel, last night to talk about the clinchers, and it was a study in contrast because when I talked about the Orioles, it was like, well, sure, they made the playoffs, but you can't trust them at all. They've been really bad since the middle of June, and I just don't see anything about that team that should scare any other team that they're going to face. The flip side to that was the Padres, who are they lost the first game coming out of the All-Star break to fall to 50-50. They're 41-16 since then. If teams started 41-16, we'd be talking about how that might be one of the best teams of all time. That's how well they're playing right now. And I don't know how much organizational depth they have right now, for example, if they went through all the injuries that the Astros went through or the Dodgers went through. But you know what? Who cares right now? Because you don't have to have that much going to the playoffs. You're going to play your studs every game. You need 1 through 4 in the rotation, which they have. You need 4 or 5 live arms in the bullpen, which they have. You need a top-to-bottom lineup that is powerful, that can make things happen on the bases if they need to, that can put the ball in play if they need to. The Padres have every single element of a World Series champion. Now, we have seen teams like that get bounced in the first round. We've seen teams like that win the World Series. And it's interesting, on the National League side, I think the Phillies could stake a claim to being very similar to them. I don't know how the Dodgers are going to fare with that, the way the rotation is right now. Who knows? The Brewers don't seem scary, but the Diamondbacks didn't last year, and they ended up in the World Series. The Mets might well have those elements, especially if Francisco Lindor comes back, but at this point, they might not even make the playoffs. Hey, look at the American League side. The Yankees probably have all those elements, but I don't know if anybody else does. I know everybody's scared of the Astros. I'm not quite as much. And the Guardians or any of the wild card teams don't really put a scare into me at all. So I would put there's going to be 12 playoff teams. The Padres are top 4, top 3 for me.
Talking to Matt Snyder, CBS Sports. Sorry.
I was going to say I would make the argument that the Padres have the right kind of depth because they did have Darvish out for a long time. They did have Musgrove out. Toddy was out, and they were able to have guys that may not be the same type of player, but certainly were able to keep it afloat while those guys got healthy.
100%. Yes, and then once everybody did get healthy, now watch out. And that's what we're seeing right now. Yes.
Talking to Matt Snyder, CBS Sports. Sorry, Tony, I just got your text that you wanted to ask a follow-up, so I tried to step all over you. But I want to ask, because we do praise the Padres, and we should praise the Padres here in San Diego, but I want to ask someone who's not so close to the situation, what is this team's Achilles heel? What is going to possibly take them down in the playoffs?
I mean, we've already talked about it, right?
Okay.
As far as if that doesn't get figured out, and Schultz continues to stick with him, I don't know. And it's so hard to know right now, is that a flaw in the way Schultz going about it, or is he right to stick with him because then he's going to get it figured out in time? But I just have visions of the end of a playoff series, another team hitting like a 3-run bomb to knock the Padres out because of the way that these last several weeks have gone. And especially when you have alternatives like Tanner Scott, who has closing experience, or like Jason Adam, who's very, very capable of getting the job done. I kind of wish he would have 2 weeks ago temporarily removed Suarez from the role to let him work things out so he didn't suffer like 2 or 3 more blown saves that probably hurt matters even worse. But again, it's so hard to tell. But I mean, anything else, look, teams can always get caught in fluky things that happen in small samples. So like if you look at the Phillies losing the Diamondbacks last year, 3 games in a row, and the Diamondbacks go to the World Series, I don't think it was any one thing necessarily with the Phillies that you could have pointed out before. They just quit hitting. And if you looked at that offense, you wouldn't say, oh, man, I'm worried about that offense stop hitting. But in small samples, you look at this Padres offense right now, I'm sure we could find 3-game stretches where they just stopped hitting. And that could well happen at the wrong time. Yeah.
For sure. That is a concern for every team that's going to go in there, for sure. We've seen it happen in back-to-back seasons. And on that, Matt, we're in the year 3 now of this format that, I think has been a success to this point, except if you've been a number 1 seed, there's kind of been mixed results on that end. This has got to have been what Major League Baseball had in mind as you come down the stretch, right? I mean, probably. You got a bunch of teams in this, both in the American League and in the National League. Let's start with the National League. How do you think this one will end up when it's all said and done?
Oh, man. Okay, so like I said, I feel like the Brewers probably are built more for the regular season than postseason. I'm not seeing a run in the Diamondbacks again. The Braves, I'm not buying either.
I'm sorry, Matt. I'm not saying how do you think it'll end up in the very. I'm just saying in terms of the lineup in terms of getting into the playoffs. Those last couple of spots.
Just making it.
How do you think those shake out? I'm sorry.
I'm gonna say the Mets hold on and find a way. They've just had such good vibes since the start of June, so I'll say that the Mets are the 5. The 6. I guess I'll say the Diamondbacks, but it's really, I mean, after the Braves beat the Mets last night, it's just, gosh, between those 3 teams, it's tough. It's tough to see who's going to get in. So I'll say the Braves get squeezed out. It just seems like they've been so cursed all season with all those injuries, and it just does not seem like their year. So I'll say that somehow we end up with the Mets in the 5 spot and the Diamondbacks in the 6, which means a lot of fun if the Padres do not win the NL West, which it would be way more fun if they won the NL West, frankly. But if they don't, they get to host the Mets, and maybe Joe Musgrove's ears will be red again.
Oh man, that would be some sort of storyline.
It would make for great theater for Major League Baseball to have those teams match up again, especially the way it went down the first time, for sure.
It was one of the dumbest
Matt, as always, man,
I've ever
appreciate you.
seen.
Yes, it
was. So dumb, but yeah.
Yeah, there's still some Met fans who actually believe his ears had some type of illegal substance on. So, Matt, thank you for your time, man. We'll catch up again soon.
All right, take care.
There we go, Matt Snyder from CBS Sports breaking it all down with us. Now, Adam here just saw something from Manny Machado, and I didn't see this last night, and this kind of shows you what this team is all about, because Manny Machado has always loved Hassan Kim. He has learned some Korean phrases. He's learned some of the language to meet Hassan Kim halfway. And after the game, when they were doing the interviews and stuff, he actually FaceTimed Hassan Kim to make him a part of the celebration. And I think that's pretty awesome. Adam is trying to work on the video right now, but I mean, that's the type of team this is. When they say, hey, we're a tight team, we got to believe him, because I think they mean it.
Yeah, I think that's a very loose term more times than not with a lot of different teams out there.
I
But
agree.
when you know it's a tight team, you can really feel it. And I honestly think this is the tightest this group has been since a lot of them have been assembled here in San Diego. So it's good to see. I think a lot of the youth movement is part of that. A lot of the veterans part of that. And the other thing too, I mean, it's always better when you're winning. So the Padres
That's also very true.
Padres have been winning cures a lot of things. I've heard Tony say that multiple times.
Saranye! Hey, Kimmy is on the phone right now. Saranye, we love you, baby. We'll see you next year, baby. You coming for us. You gonna celebrate with us too, baby.
I love that so much. If you did see the video, you need to go back to the YouTube, search 97.3 The Fan, and you can see that video, because
CNAZ.
Yeah, Manny Machado, or that's where Hassan Kim is right now. We'll get into that a little bit, but we do need to take a little bit of a break, and we're going to play some Braden versus the Fans. We got prizes to give away. We have Eric Clapton tickets. We also have your qualification to Las Vegas. So if you want to get in line and play that, 833-288-0973. So if you win, you will win a pair of tickets, and it'll be in your hands. Well, not in your hands, on your phone, to Eric Clapton at Pechanga Arena on October 8th. Limited tickets remain at AXS.com. So without further ado, let's get into Braden versus the fans.
If you had one shot, one opportunity to take down the human almanac himself, howdy do. Now is your time.
Listen to me, this guy is dangerous.
Now is your opportunity to win a prize.
Well, I hope you know what you're in for.
Chris versus the fans starts now on 97.3 The Fan.
The rules for the game. You have to make it through 3 questions. Each question will get more difficult. If you get the question right, you move on. If you get it wrong and Chris gets it right, you're eliminated. But if Chris gets it wrong, then you move on to the next question or you win. And of course, I mean, when I say Chris, I meant Braden there. Again, Ron Burgundy, one more time. Chris vs. the Fans is presented by SD Fat Loss. Lose 20 to 30 pounds in just 60 days. Visit sdfatloss.com to schedule your free consultation. And if you are a first-time player, let us know before you get into it, and you will get the first question for free. You know, one thing I like when Adam works in studio, if you're watching the YouTube stream, he loves to put his hood on his head. He's
cold in here.
He's a hoodie guy. It is kind of cold in here. That's why I'm wearing this pullover. You're wearing a T-shirt, so you must not be too cold, Braden.
I'm not that cold.
Okay.
There's a community alt 94.9 hoodie back there.
There
it
is.
is.
It's right
That's been
there.
sitting in here for
It's
a
right
long
there.
time.
It has been sitting in here a long time.
Ages.
I don't even know who wears it. I think it's too
just
small.
It's let's not hurt ourselves,
Just almost
everybody.
ripped out the unit over here, but yes, here is our Alt 94.9 community hoodie. That's like a double X. Let's see, it's a large. Okay, that's big enough.
That could fit me. I'm not cold though.
There you go. Okay, well, if you
I'll be
need
all
it,
right.
it's right here, Braden.
Thank you.
All right, let's get into the game. Let's go to our first contestant, and I am going to go with Peter in UTC. Hello, Peter. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. Are you ready to play?
Yes.
All right, here we go. Question number 1. How long is an NBA shot clock?
Do I have a lifeline or no?
You do not have a lifeline on a question number 1.
35.
35 seconds. That is incorrect. Braden, do you know?
Is it 25 seconds?
That is incorrect as well. Wow, you are still alive, Peter. It's 24 seconds.
Oh.
24 seconds.
I don't watch the NBA.
I was going to say, you ever watched a basketball game before?
I watch college basketball.
College basketball is 35 seconds, so that would have been correct, Peter, if it was college.
But I don't watch the NBA. It's boring.
Yeah,
All right.
I only watch college.
All right, well, you're moving on no matter what, Peter. Here we go. Question number 2. What equestrian sport is played on horseback and features 2 teams using mallets to hit a ball through goalposts?
Polo.
Polo is correct.
Marco.
I needed to be a little bit more dramatic on that one. All right, we're here to question number 3. You get this right or Braden gets it wrong, and you are going to be qualified for a trip to Las Vegas, and you will also win those tickets to Eric Clapton. Here we go. Who is the only NBA player who has averaged a triple-double 4 times in their career?
LeBron James.
I think he said LeBron James. That is incorrect. Stay there. Braden.
What was the? Can you repeat the question?
Who is the only NBA player? Who is this? Chris Ello over here? You remind me so much of him sometimes.
Pay attention, Braden.
Who is the only NBA
Howdy
player?
do.
There he is. I miss him kind of. Not really. Who is the only NBA player who has averaged a triple-double 4 times in their career?
Over the course of a season, I assume. Averaged triple-double would be.
Russell Westbrook.
Doesn't matter because that is correct. The question I got from a book, so that's a good question, Adam. They didn't specify in the book. So, all right, I'm sorry, Peter. Braden gets that right, and he spoils the dreams of Peter for going to Eric Clapton.
Shouldn't have told me to pay attention. I would have thrown it for
he
you.
talks trash
That's
to you,
right.
and you figure it out.
We'll see you.
All right, let's go to our next contestant. We'll go to Cesar in San Diego. Hello, Cesar.
How's it going, guys?
Pretty good. Are you ready to play?
Let's do this.
All right, question number 1. What is the nickname for the famous NFL play that involved New York Jets quarterback Mark Sanchez running full speed into the back of a teammate?
SportsCenter not top 10 butt fumble.
Yes, that is correct. I wonder if that's what happened to Mark Sanchez while he was out there. Still one of the funniest
I'd
things
believe
in the
it
world.
if that happened.
Hey, by the way, side note, Mark Sanchez, I like him on football games. I think he's fun. I don't know about you guys, but I do. All right.
The Sanchez.
Question number 2. That's Gary Sanchez. That's Gary Sanchez. All right, Cesar, here we go.
They called Mark Sanchez the Sanchez, too.
Did they?
Yeah, it was in New York. He was there before Gary Sanchez.
All right. What French soccer player recently signed with Real Madrid for a 5-year deal worth $16 million annually?
Mbappe.
Mbappe is correct. Nice job. Here we go. Final question.
I have no idea who Mbappe is.
You have to know who Mbappe is.
I do
He's
not watch
one of the biggest
soccer
athletes in the
at all.
world. Adam knows who Mbappe is.
I don't watch soccer.
It's a Hanson song, right?
Bop is what you're thinking of. I haven't thought about Bop in forever.
Kids Bop? Is that
Anyway. All right, here we go. Here we go, Cesar. Who's the most recent player to win the NFL MVP and Super Bowl MVP in the same season?
Cam Newton. No, he didn't win.
Give him some leeway here.
I'm going to go with Peyton Manning.
Peyton Manning. Incorrect. Braden, who is the most recent player to win the NFL MVP and Super Bowl MVP in the same season?
Patrick Mahomes.
That is correct.
Wow.
Sorry about that, Cesar. Patrick Mahomes is correct.
It's breaking hearts over here.
You are breaking hearts today. Good
I
job.
went and studied last night just in case.
You did.
No, I
you just
didn't.
read a trivia book or
That's
something.
right. I found the one that you were looking at, and I
Okay.
studied all the answers.
Let's go to Bill in San Diego. Hello, Bill.
Hey, how you guys doing today?
Pretty good. Pretty good. Here we go. Question number 1. What does the Mets in New York Mets stand for?
Metropolitan.
I'm sorry? That is correct.
Metropolitan.
Yeah, there we go. I'll give it to you. That was good enough. Here we
Okay,
go.
thank you.
Question number 2. How many times has Tiger Woods won the Masters?
Two numbers in my head. I'll say 5.
5 is correct. Nice job. Wow. That was pretty impressive right there. All right. Final question. We've done this a couple times now, so maybe you can get past Braden here. Third and final one. What old-time player was nicknamed Houdini of the Hardwood? NBA player. Gonna need an answer. Or you can say Pat. You don't know.
John Havlicek.
Okay. That is incorrect. Braden, what
Yeah.
old-time NBA player was nicknamed
Go on record and say
Houdini
no chance against
of
this.
the Hardwood?
I don't know. Pistol Pete Maravich.
Oh, at least you gave me an old-school name. That is incorrect, and Bill is the winner. Is actually Bob Cousy.
I've never heard of that guy before.
Yes, thank you so much for playing, Bill. You are going to be qualified for a trip to Las Vegas, and you will be getting those tickets for Eric Clapton. You never heard of Bob Cousy?
I don't know if you've noticed. I don't watch the NBA and I don't watch soccer.
Like you've never just come across the name Bob Cousy
No.
in all your sports dealings?
No.
Okay.
If it's NBA related, I probably I don't care. I think it's incredibly boring. So I don't watch and I don't pay attention.
What makes you think it's incredibly boring?
It's boring. Just to say it's just so boring.
I don't understand.
I'd rather watch paint dry than watch the NBA.
Wow. What about college basketball?
Oh, I love college basketball.
But what's the difference?
Passion.
Okay, you get me
They
there.
play hard.
You get me there. Sometimes
The pageant-
now
the
it's kind of
pageantry.
changing a little bit with this NIL.
The pageantry.
We're going to talk about the
We
NIL.
also don't have an NBA team, so I've never gotten into
Well, that's
the NBA.
true. That's
if
true.
If San Diego had an NBA team during my lifetime, I'd be like, oh, cool.
We're going to talk about this UNLV NIL situation with the quarterback in the Big Five, but it's becoming a complete mess. And even stuff has come out since we started the show, but the basic gist of the story is the quarterback for the team decided he was going to leave the team after 3 games and do a redshirt year because he was allegedly promised $100,000 from UNLV for NIL, and he was only allegedly paid $3,000. The college, on the other hand, says that they were being strong-armed for this money, and we talk about it in the Big Five. Braden has a pretty good perspective on the whole thing, but it's getting kind of crazy.
Yeah, well, and Tony alludes to this as well, and it kind of makes a lot of I understand the path that they've been on. You know, the thing that really drove this off the rails was the whole situation of not being able to make money off your name, image, and likeness. And the thing that was weird was, like, you would have like a track athlete committed to a school that, while in high school, had like a YouTube page and it did really well, and he couldn't continue it because he wasn't allowed to make money when he got to college, and that was utterly ridiculous. He was doing something
a UCF
separate.
kicker that did that too.
Yeah, I mean, so like those situations, and there was a lot of those situations where they were unable to make any type of money, and the situations of, like, you couldn't buy an 18-year-old a meal if you were the school, like on recruiting and stuff like that. Just such ridiculous rules that didn't account for really common sense. But but now it's like they've used that and they turned it into the pay for play, which is drastically different than just a kid making money off of his name, image, or likeness. And it's created this dynamic in this world where everybody's chasing the bag, and that's basically it. I think that's a major contributor why the NFL product has gone down. I think it's a major contributor why a lot of sports products have gone down.
Because the good players are staying in school now?
No, or setting a precedent where if you do not make your team or whatever, they leave. I mean, you just, at the first sign of adversity, we're out.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of that. But yes, we will get into that in the Big Five.
It's out of hand. It's been out of hand. It was out of hand before the NIL stuff. It's even more out of hand now, and it's going to get worse.
Yeah, it will. But that conversation happens in about 30 minutes or so. When we get back, I'm going to tell you the one thing that's bumming me out about this Padres season when we get back here on 97.3 The Fan. sounder, and it's not much different from last night. The only difference is that Elias Diaz is catching tonight instead of Kyle Higashioka, so it goes Arise at the DH, and then Tatis, Profar, Machado, Merrill, Bogarts, Cronenworth, Solano, and Diaz. Dylan Cease pitching for the Padres, Jack Flaherty pitching for the Dodgers. So why not run it back, right? I mean, come on.
Yeah, all the people that were afraid that they're going to be hungover today. Just come on, man. They're going to be all right.
They're going to be fine. It's going to, you know what? They can sleep until like at least noon. You know, Tony had to be up a little bit earlier so he could record the show with us, but they can sleep for as long as they want.
I'm glad the game was at 7:10. That's as much.
Yeah.
That's where I'm at. But.
All right. Before we went to break, I said that I'm going to tell you something that's bumming me out about this Padres season, and I have been seeing. I've been one of the bigger champions out there for Jackson Merrill Rookie of the Year. And I've been championing hard all season long, saying that he is more impressive to me because he is an everyday player playing a position he's never played before, and it's his rookie season, and he's still hitting over 290, and he's hit over 20 home runs, and he has almost 90 RBIs. But I am seeing the tide turn back towards Paul Skenes, and I hope I'm wrong. I will gladly wear this, but my feeling is that Paul Skenes is going to win the Rookie of the Year award. He's been great. I mean, I'm not saying that he's not deserving of the award. Last night he went 5 innings, or the last time he pitched, he went 5 innings, gave up 2 hits, 9 strikeouts. His ERA on the season is 1.99. He's 11-3, has 167 strikeouts, 0.96 WHIP. But when we were going at, there was an article about the top 20, breakout players in 2024, and they wrote that Paul Skenes was one of those players, and here's the quote. "This rookie is on quite a ride. There are several worthy candidates for NL Rookie of the Year, but if I had to pick one, I'd go with Skenes." Not only that, Braden, the odds now were in favor of Jackson Merrill for a long time. Paul Skenes is back on top in Vegas in regards to the odds. So I don't know how you feel, but I feel like they're going to give it to Paul Skenes, and I will forever feel like Jackson Merrill was robbed of this award.
Yeah, that's why I don't like awards. I think they're dumb because of things like this, narratives like this. There's no reason Paul Skenes should win the Rookie of the Year award over Jackson Merrill, who is making a huge impact on a team that is going to the playoffs, a team that is one of the favorites, that a lot of experts are picking to make a run in the playoffs and potentially win the National League pennant, a player that plays every single day, a player that switched from shortstop to center field, who had only played about 40 games in Double-A ball before making this gigantic impact. I don't understand the logic in this to give the award to Paul Skenes because, he's hyped? Believe the hype. We love the hype. I mean, he's really good. But he didn't play a full season in Major League Baseball. He didn't play the full season.
He still doesn't qualify for the ERA title.
He doesn't qualify for Cy Young. He doesn't qualify for the ERA title. He pitches every 5 days. His team is lousy. I don't understand. And I don't even think it has to be your team doesn't have to be great in order to win. But baseball wants to do this because they think it's hype, and they like the hype. They like the Livy Dunn aspect. I mean, it's a story and it's a narrative. For all the Aztec fans out there that I'm sure got upset about the Heisman when Marshall Faulk should have clearly won the Heisman Trophy and they gave it to Gino Torretta instead. Awards are dumb. They're dumb. I don't understand.
See, I don't necessarily think I can go to awards are dumb because I do think awards mean something and you can look back on it. But you're right in this case. This award is a popularity award this year. If Jackson Merrill if Paul Skenes was not there with Jackson Merrill, then it would be an easy award to give to Jackson Merrill. But Paul Skenes is more popular in the eyes of Major League Baseball, in the eyes of voters, because apparently, he's making history with what he's doing as a rookie pitcher. But at the same time, Jackson Merrill is doing it in a high-pressure situations, and he's changing the game on both sides, defensively, offensively, and I just can't think that Paul Skenes could have as big of an impact as Jackson Merrill has had on his team this year. And you said it, his team stinks. The Pirates are not good. Paul Skenes can't save that team. Jackson Merrill at one point this year, when they were in Pittsburgh, by the way, had a couple home runs that did save this team at the time. And I think it's going to go to Paul Skenes because of the popularity contest. But
that's what. But the thing is what also makes it dumb about it. They attached incentives to these awards, right?
That's
we talked
true.
about that yesterday. That is a first-round draft pick for the Padres that might go to the Pirates because of this of who's voting.
That's right. They
and
do
what
get a first-round draft.
I mean,
pick.
there's a lot on the line here. So I don't understand the Skenes over the Merrill conversation. Merrill has done so much more and has done it in such a longer span of time and more of an impact. That's why I don't. That's why I think awards are dumb, is because of these situations right here.
Yes. All right. Well, I got that off my chest. I hope I didn't anger too many people. I know that we have a phone call, but we also have to get the break because the Big Five is on the way. And I asked Braden and Tony for their thoughts on one player who has struggled a little bit, and his name is not Robert Suarez. And so I'll talk to them about that in the Big Five next when we come back on 97.3 The Fan. That's 7-3 The Fan. Real quick, let's sneak in a phone call from John in East County. He would like to talk about the MLB awards and the whole Jackson Merrill situation. What's up, John? How are you doing?
Hey guys, how's it going?
Pretty good.
You know, one solution to this whole thing is I think the players should vote. Get rid of all the sports writers, all the bias, and just let the players vote. And I think that way you'll get a true, feeling of exactly who's who and what's what. Nobody knows better than the players, and I think a lot of these sports writers are definitely biased. I think the players should vote.
I think that's a good idea, John. Thank you for the phone call.
I don't mind that either.
Yeah, if you are getting vote...
I was just going to say, in college football, they have a thing where obviously it's called the coaches poll, where the coaches vote, and they don't have time to watch all of these different teams because they're focused on their own, and it...
but I would think that players talk.
You play everybody though now.
Yeah, you do play everybody.
In baseball, you play everybody, so you could be like, I'm these guys know who's good and who's not. I'm seeing at All-Star games and stuff like that, and there'll be like players probably in the division that will probably vote more for guys in their own division than other divisions. I think it would probably balance itself out.
Or friends, or it's
I'm sure there's
popularity
bias in that too. I mean, there's no like clear cut way to.
But
to
Jim
figure it
Bowden
out.
sitting on his couch writing his article saying that Skenes is the guy doesn't necessarily make me feel like he, is any better at deciding the Rookie of the Year than all of us. Let's go to Tyler real quick in Point Loma. Hello. Adam and I keep hitting the button together, and one of us puts him on hold, one of us puts him on. Anyway, Tyler, what's up? How are you doing?
Hey, good. How you guys doing?
Good, good. What's on your mind?
Yeah, first, really quick shout out to the YouTube chat. Only reason my thoughts aren't in there is because I'm driving right now. But I'm just like, the whole Jackson Merrill versus Paul Skenes thing is so annoying to me because I feel like everybody knows we're in an era of baseball where MLB itself is saying, hey, the pitching's gotten really good, it's going to keep getting good, and we're literally making changes to the rules of the game to incentivize offense. And so why is a breakout offensive performance from a rookie getting devalued for a performance by a rookie pitcher? It just doesn't make sense to me. I think what Jackson Merrill is doing is far beyond what Paul Skenes is pulling off. But at the end of the day, if I had to choose between two awards, I'll take World Series MVP for Merrill over Rookie of the Year any day.
I love that, Tyler. And you drop the mic on that one. And by the way, I would much rather have a World Series title than a Rookie of the Year title as well. But because Jackson Merrill deserves it is the reason I am going to keep fighting for it. All right, it is now time for us to go and get into the weird world of the Big Five after traffic. No traffic. Adam already told me that. Here comes the Big Five.
It's that time of the show when we check on the latest in sports. Only the most important topics and questions are brought to light.
Stop what you're doing!
Sound and amaze you. The one, the only.
Oh my God, who the hell cares?
The Big Five starts now on 97.3 The Fan.
All right. So, we got topics all over the place today in the Big Five, but of course we're going to be starting with a Padres topic in our first spot.
Number 5.
And I know that we are celebrating last night and we are looking at the positive, but I have had many questions asked to me about Xander Bogaerts. In his last 5 games, he has 3 errors and he hasn't quite looked 100% comfortable at the shortstop position. But Braden, you're up first today. Is his latest play at shortstop a big deal, little deal, or no deal?
I don't really think it's that big of a deal. So I'm gonna go with in between little deal and no deal potentially.
Baby deal.
Baby deal. I think there might be a little bit to him moving back to shortstop, but the reality is the guy's a pro's pro. I mean, he's one of the best professionals the Padres have had in their organization in the last 10 to 15 years, and that's not saying the Padres haven't had a lot of pros, but that's just saying how great Xander Bogaerts is. I think he's going to get back to his normal playing spot, at shortstop where he feels comfortable. And I don't think it's that big of a deal. I mean, he went out and owned it during the post-game celebration. He said, I'll get the shortstop thing figured out, Padres fans. Don't worry about it. So I'm not worried about it. the guy's won multiple World Series. He's been there. He's done that. I think he'll rise to the occasion. I don't think it's a big deal.
All right, Tony, Xander Bogaerts' recent shortstop play, big deal, little deal, I guess baby deal, or no deal?
Baby deal. I don't think this is anything at all. I mean, because when he first moved over there, he was pretty much flawless. He just hit a rut here in the last week and a half where he's made some errors. But the first couple of weeks he was there, he didn't have any, and he made every play, and some plays that he probably shouldn't have made. So, I think he's just in a little bit of a rut. As Braden perfectly said, he's a pro's pro. He'll figure it out, no doubt. Baby, no deal. No deal. It's
no deal.
How about
Not
that?
even a baby deal. No deal.
Nah.
All right.
Number 4.
Now that the baseball season is coming to an end, Black Monday is coming for some managers, and CBS Sports put a list together of managers that are on the hot seat, and there are only actually 3 managers on this list. So the 3 are Bud Black of the Rockies, John Snyder of the Blue Jays, Oliver Marmol of the Cardinals. Tony, do you see any of these managers being let go?
There could be 2. Cardinals, maybe. They could go a different route. Based on how they've operated before, I could see them definitely doing it. They did it to Mike Shield, so
they did,
and he had more success. So, and then who was the other one?
John Schneider.
Who was the other option you get?
And Bud Black.
And that's the other one because they had high expectations. Yeah, I don't know about Bud. I don't think Bud is in much danger as those other 2, because what did the Rockies? The Rockies actually have some players that have developed there a little bit. So other than that, they didn't really have much. The big signing they made hasn't worked out at all with Chris Bryant. Unfortunately, been banged up, and so I just there's not where else is you gonna go? I think he'll be fine. I think the other 2 though, expectation and how they've operated in the past would tell you that those 2 could be in trouble.
Braden, do you see any of these managers being let go?
I think Schneider's gone. I think it's 50-50 on Marmol, and I don't think Bud Black goes. I just, like Tony said, I don't know what the point in firing Bud Black would be. Bud Black has been given a lot of poor rosters over his career.
Entire career.
With the exception of 2010, of course, Tony. That was a good squad that you guys had there for the Padres. But,
thank you.
But, Toronto, they had high expectations. I mean, that was supposed to be a team that was supposed to compete for a division title and a team that's going to be, make a run in the playoffs. And, they have a good roster. I think Schneider's going to be gone. Marmol's kind of 50-50, but I mean, that's another year in a row where the Cardinals have just kind of been disappointing. I mean, the Cardinals have been an organization that has constantly and consistently been in the postseason, and this is 2 years in a row where they haven't really been close to being in the postseason. And as Tony said, they got rid of Schilt there in St. Louis for, and he had way more success than Marmol has had. Again, the Cardinals, more of an aging team with some young guys in there, but still a team that, talent-wise probably should have been a lot closer to a playoff spot. So if I had to rank them in order, I'd go Schneider gets fired. I think Marmol's probably 50-50. And if the Rockies fire Bud Black, I don't know what they're doing.
No one knows what they're doing, Braden. That's the point of the Rockies. You know what tells me about why the Cardinals are going to fire Oliver Marmol was the attendance that we saw when the Padres went there, and there was no one in the seats. And when butts aren't in seats, people make changes.
It's not good, especially for an organization like the Cardinals that usually has tons of people there.
Yeah. All right.
Number 3.
Chiefs tight end Travis Kelce has 8 catches for 69 yards through his first 3 games this season, and many people are wondering if anything is wrong with him. Here is Todd McShay talking about what he thinks is the issue on the Ryan Russillo podcast.
Are we not allowed to say that he's out of shape, that he's been partying all offseason? He's been jet-setting around with the most famous person probably in the entire world. The coverage and the respect he gets is the same. The athlete is not. Now, is he going to work himself into shape during the season? Yeah, I'm sure he will. He's an unbelievable competitor. He's one of the best to ever do it, but he's not the same guy right now. I'm not blaming it on Taylor Swift. I'm not blaming anything. All I'm saying is when you win 2 Super Bowls, you've got the whole tour that happens after the Super Bowl. There's no one else doing more commercials, I don't think, in the league. I mean, he and Mahomes are up there, but I think Kelce's doing more commercials and things. He's been at more events, doing more things socially. It's impossible to carry that schedule and still put in the same amount of time for football.
Well, there you go. That was Todd McShay. Braden, you're up first on this one. And do you think it's okay to criticize Travis Kelce for this?
For his lack of performance? I think it's fair to criticize.
No, his off the field.
Oh, off the field stuff? I mean, I think it's an interesting conversation. I don't necessarily know if it's 100% the blame for this particular deal, but a lot of guys have to go through the business side of things too, and I think I don't think it's really an excuse for Travis Kelce in terms of his production. I think it's kind of a lower blow on the to say like, well, he's won the 2 Super Bowls and all this other stuff and dating Taylor Swift. I think it's an easy cop-out. To be honest with you, the real reason why Travis Kelce is not doing well is because I drafted him on 2 fantasy teams. So I drafted him and Mahomes. So if you want to know why Kelce's not playing well, it's because I drafted him. And I literally was sitting there going, like, you know what? Because I'm not a huge Travis Kelce fan. That's nothing to do with Taylor Swift. I haven't really been a fan of him in the past, and I was like, yeah, 2 things can happen here. 1, he's going to help my team out, or 2, I just curse him on accident, and it works out in my favor on that particular case.
You
but
cursed him.
I will say, in Travis Kelce's defense, it's because Braden Soprennett drafted him in fantasy football more than him having to go through all this other off-field stuff. But I do think that is, that does catch up to a lot of athletes throughout sports. I don't think it's Kelce's fault, but it's a very difficult task to do, to be everywhere that he needs to be and also perform at a high level. It's very difficult.
Tony, what's it like? Because I know you do a lot of commercials and stuff. How do you get everything, keep everything? I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Do you think it's okay to criticize Travis Kelce for this?
I think it's poor taste. I don't think it's poor taste to criticize him. I think it's poor taste to make it about what he jet setting and whatever else he said in that little clip. I think it's fair to say he looks out of shape. I think that's that's within the bounds. I don't think he didn't break a law by saying what he said, but it just seemed like poor taste. He took a pot shot. Like,
it's a low blow.
Have to say jet setting. Yeah, it was. It was a little pot shot. But it's not egregious. You know what I'm saying? But he took a little pot shot for sure.
All right, Todd McShay and I think alike, though, because I said this before the year, everybody. I said this before the year.
Number 2.
You said what before the year?
Travis Kelce was going to struggle because he's more concerned with off the field than on the field.
You should have had this on Who's to Blame yesterday.
I should have.
That's not true. You don't know that.
Maybe
just because he's struggling does not make it true.
Maybe he's just old. Can we accept that?
Yeah, maybe he's out of shape.
He's like 36 now or something.
Wow.
Is he 36?
He's pretty up there is what I was about to say. Let me see his age real quick.
He's 34.
He's 34. He turns 35 in October.
Yeah, nah, he got some tread on them tires, dog.
Hey, you know what? It's a long NFL season. He needs to put it together near the end.
He
pace himself.
He get it. Yeah.
I just hate the Chiefs so much. Just
a
them
hater.
so much. Yeah, I know, Tony.
They taxed the Niners. That's why.
Number 2.
UNLV quarterback Matthew Sluka is leaving his team just 3 games into the season because of, well, some are saying it's because he didn't get the money he was promised by the school. His statement on X said, quote, "I have decided to utilize my redshirt year and will not be playing in any additional games this season. I committed to UNLV based on certain representations that were made to me, which were not upheld after I enrolled. Despite discussions, it became clear that these commitments would not be fulfilled in the future. I wish my teammates the best of luck this season and hope for the continued success of the program." Now, his reps are saying he was promised a minimum of $100,000, but he only received $3,000. And the school is saying that his reps are strong-arming or trying to strong-arm the school into paying him money. So,
Did
Tony,
you see the UNLV statement?
Yes, they said that they were approached by his people. Go ahead. Do you have it in front of you?
Yeah, it said, football player Matthew Sluka's representative made financial demands upon the university and its NIL collective in order to continue playing. UNLV Athletics interpreted these demands as violation of the NCAA pay-for-play rules as well as Nevada state law. UNLV does not engage in such activity, nor does it respond to implied threats. UNLV has honored all previously agreed-upon scholarships for Matthew Sluka. UNLV has conducted its due diligence and will continue to operate its programs within the framework of NCAA rules and regulations as well as Nevada state laws. A lot of he said, she said.
Yes, very much so. So, Tony, good luck on this one.
Somebody's lying.
Yes. Do you, I guess I'm just going to change my question and go, who's to blame here?
No, just what question were you going to ask?
I was going to say, do you think what he did is okay, but
think,
who's to blame is the better question.
I don't know. I don't think anybody knows who's to blame. We're just kind of getting, he said, as Braden said, he said, she said, going right now, and nothing to prove one side is right or the other. He very well, him and his representation, very well could be trying to strong-arm this school, or we certainly have seen schools renege on, giving what they said they're going to give. So I think in due time we'll get the true answer, but this is part of the new way we do things. These are issues that are bound to happen and will start happening more.
Tony, do you think that what he did was wrong?
What did he do? We don't know.
Left the team. What did he do?
He transferred.
Oh, that part.
Yeah.
I personally wouldn't, I wouldn't be playing for money. You know what I'm saying? I think that's where it starts. Like, I get it. You want to get a bag right now, but, you're supposed to, at least in my perspective, I'm going to put me wanting to play the game over, whatever the amount of money is.
Yeah. Braden.
Well, a couple other things with this. Carl Reed Jr. of 24/7 Sports, he's a college football analyst, had this report last night. All financial commitments for UNLV's quarterback Matthew Sluka were completely met, but after wins against Kansas and Houston, Sluka's family hired an agent, and they collectively feel that his market value has increased, per source. Again, it's more he said, she said. In this day and age of college football, you have to look at it both sides, right? I mean, I think it's more of a what's the saying? Don't blame the player, blame the game kind of attitude. And I think a lot of college football players now and college athletes are interested in money, probably a little bit more than playing the game in some sort of sense. And you know what? Who's to blame them for what the environment is? I mean, if you look at Sluka, he's got 1 year left of college football. He's not going to be good enough to play in the National Football League. He has an opportunity, potentially, to make a couple $100,000. There's reports, and again, rumors that other schools have contacted him and saying, like, hey, if you redshirt, we could pay you X amount of dollars to transfer to our school. So if you have a kid that is not going to go pro and not going to play in the professional leagues and has an opportunity to make $300,000 at a different school next year if you got 1 year of eligibility left, what kind of decision are you going to make there? Are you willing to just leave? Again, you're making a choice here. Are you willing to quit on your team that you're 3-0 with that has a chance to make the college football playoff to make $300,000 potentially next year? There's no guarantee. Or, do you stay and you keep playing with your team? There's so much to unpack on this that it's a difficult decision, I think. And the reality is, who's to blame is the NCAA for not having any guidelines to this wild, wild west mix that is out there.
I gotta say, I enjoy being given a different perspective. In that situation, you're right. That does kind of complicate it. It makes it a little bit more complex. I think oftentimes people think of these athletes as, they're going to the league no matter what. But here's a situation where, as you said, this dude's not going to play football beyond college. Why not get a head start in life after playing and being able to capitalize on it while you can? It's a great point. But it is partly the NCAA's fault for not first being unrelenting in their rules, which really led to athletes pushing for this, and then not reacting fast enough to what was going on. And so this is part of the deal now.
It's an interesting topic of discussion that we can obviously get into more on a different day. But to me, you're still it's the whole Josh Hader thing, right? Where it's you can leave for the bigger contract, which is fine, and that's his right. But then at the same time, don't expect Padres fans to cheer for you when you come back. I mean, it's the give and take, and you're willing to make that decision. So if you're willing to, he's still quitting on his team in a way, but again, he's looking out for himself in the long term. So it's very interesting. It's a tough decision that I think a lot of parents, obviously, and kids have to deal with right now with the way it is because they didn't make any rules. Do you think what he did is okay? I mean, I think there's something to be said about a guy that's completing less than half of his passes to go out there and demand more money after 3 weeks on a 3-0 team and go, I'm out, and then just abandon his team, who, by the way, are is expected to play. They're not that this matters with gambling, but their line went from they're favored by 5 to now they're even with Fresno State, and they had another player just announced that he is leaving, the 4th leading rusher on UNLV. He only got 1 carry against Kansas. He said the same thing. His promises weren't met. He's out. How many more of these players are going to do that? Tony, here's the other thing, too. Don't be surprised if you start seeing a bunch of teams having guys enter the transfer portal after this week, because you can play
the red shirt
4 games and still get a red shirt in.
Yep.
So we are far from done with this. And you know what? Who's to blame? It's the NCAA for not putting in rules and just letting everything just go to chaos in college athletics.
We might have to bring this up tomorrow again just to expand on it a little bit, because it seems like there's more there.
I love the Josh Hader shot that Braden tried to sneak in there somehow connecting.
It wasn't me for once.
I don't have a problem with Josh Hader, but there's so many Padres fans that boo him because he left. I mean, the reality is, and you take the money, that's your right, but at the same time,
I have to get moving, guys. I'm sorry. We're going to have to.
I'm just saying, I don't think he expected to get cheers.
Yeah, well,
he said that.
And I don't think Padres fans should boo him. I think it's a waste of our time.
All I know is going forward, when anyone does something selfish, I'm going to call him a sluka. I'm just going to be like, you're such a sluka.
Number 1.
Okay, nothing. Josh Allen said after he threw 4 touchdown passes on Monday night, it's a fun and wonderful thing when you got a bunch of guys that don't care about the stats. They don't care about the touchdowns. Now, a lot of people thought he was talking about Stephon Diggs, who's now playing for the Texans. So he was asked about it today, and he said, quote, I know there's a lot of people talking. I'm not trying to tear anybody down. I've loved everybody that I've played with. I love 14. I still do. But everyone wants to keep making this thing a thing. We're so focused on what's going on inside of our building, blah, 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 blah. Braden, do you think he was talking about Stephon Diggs?
Not really. I really don't think so.
Oh, come on!
I don't really think he really did. I think we're trying to make it a big deal out of nothing. I mean, you can say what you want, but that's the problem with assuming things. What does it do, Skraby?
I can't say it on the radio, Braden.
Yeah, well, that's where you're at right now with some of this. I think the media is trying to pull something out of this that it's not. I mean, the guys say we're focused and he's worried about his team. I don't know what the point of that would be, and to take a shot at one of his former teammates.
Tony?
See, Braden, what you don't know is this is right up Skraby's alley. This is how his brain operates when it comes to these subjects. So it's not a surprise at all that this is the question. And yes, Braden, if it wasn't you, it would have been me. If it wasn't you, it would have been me that said this. That said, this is one of those topics that we have no idea, and it's probably a big overblown pile of nothing. And so
I don't know about that.
Therefore, we'll just leave it at that.
We'll move on. Stephon Diggs is a sluka. We know this. He's hard to play with. Okay.
Josh Hader, Sluka, Stephon Diggs. We're just throwing strays at so many athletes for no reason.
I mean, it's kind of crazy that there was issues with Stephon Diggs.
Way.
There was issues with Stephon Diggs. Josh Allen said it's a fun and wonderful thing when you have a bunch of guys who don't care about stats, which everybody said that Stephon Diggs cared about stats.
He hasn't been on his team. He hasn't been on his team.
My brain exploded.
He hasn't been on his team since last year.
We're talking about last year. That was last year, to quote Mike Leach.
Thank you very much, guys. That's it for the Big Five. When we get back, we're going to get you set for Game 2. We're going to hear some more fun interviews that Tony did in the clubhouse after they clinched their playoff spot. So stick around with us on 97.3 The Fan. Welcome into the final hour of Gwynn and Chris here on 97.3 The Fan. I'm Matt Skraby. We got Braden Soprenet here with me. We also have Adam Klug here with me, and we will have Sammy Levitt with us at around 5:45 later this hour. He's going to update us on what's going on up at Dodger Stadium, talk a little bit about last night. I'm glad that we asked him if he had his poncho ready because he needed one, and he did have his poncho ready.
And it wasn't a curse.
And it wasn't a curse. You're right. We have to bring that to his attention. But I think it's time now to focus on tonight. And when I say that, we're going to go back to the Ohtani at-bats from yesterday. But tonight is a big night for the Padres, and they're 2 games back of the Dodgers for the National League West title. And Dylan Cease is going to be pitching for the Padres tonight. Jack Flaherty is pitching for the Dodgers tonight. This is going to be a dandy, and it means a lot. I mean, these next 2 games for the Dodgers and the Padres will determine basically the entire season and how they end up. And I can't even believe we're sitting here right now with 5 games to go in the season, and the Padres are right on the doorstep of tracking down the Dodgers for the division.
Still got a lot of work to do. I mean, if you look at the odds of winning the division, it's at 12% right now to win the division. Again, if the Padres win tonight, a win over the Dodgers tonight, and all of a sudden it will move up just a little bit. It'll go up to 18, or actually it will go up to about 30-something% with a win tonight. So, and again, it's continue to put pressure on the Los Angeles Dodgers. The more pressure you put on them, the better it's going to be going into the weekend when the Dodgers have to win in order to prevent the Padres from potentially doing something. But again, Padres control their own destiny. So they got 5 games. If they win 5 in a row here to finish the season, they will be division champs and have a first-round bye. Get a loss anywhere in there, and all of a sudden you got to start relying on some other results. But take care of what you could take care of, control your controllables, and we'll see what Dylan Cease has tonight against Jack Flaherty.
Is that something that you tell your football team? Control your controllables?
Control the controllables.
Because you've said that a couple times here in the last couple days.
Definitely.
So I like it. It's a good way of putting it because you're right. There's some things that you just can't control, and you can't worry about those things.
Yeah, I got that. Well, we say it as a program all the time, control what you can control. And when I'm working with Brock Ungrich over at USD, he says it all the time to his baseball team, control what you can control. I mean, you can't worry about things that you have no impact on. And however every other team participates, and how they play, as you have no say in what that is. So go out there and get the job done, win tonight, and we'll see what happens tomorrow with more pressure.
One thing that I think is true for at least this season is the Dodgers don't seem to be as confident when they play the Padres. The Padres have been so good against them this year, and with the Padres right there, I have to think that the Padres are living rent-free in the Dodgers' head in that clubhouse. And Chris Rose agrees with me. He, on his podcast, was talking about this very same thing. Sorry, Adam, I didn't give you much time.
Don't think I'll be asking Miggy Rowe about hitting into a game-ending triple play and leaving Shohei Ohtani on deck in a 4-2 game. So now the Padres, not only do they clinch a playoff berth, they're 2 back of the Dodgers in the West. Now I want to ask you, since the Padres lead the season series 8-3 and knocked the Dodgers out of the postseason 2 years ago in the divisional round, does San Diego have a, quote, mental upper hand against Big Brother up the I-5?
Yeah. I don't know if there's no other way to really put it. Yeah, they do. Does that mean they're gonna win a series against them if they play them? No, it doesn't mean that for sure. But you'd rather go into a postseason series with those victories under your belt. They're not just 2 games back of the Dodgers for the NL West. They're 2 games back of the Dodgers for the best record in baseball. If they somehow surpass the Dodgers, they'll get a bye. We've talked about it. They have that feeling. Orsillo saying, is this the Padres' year? They got all the momentum in the world right now.
I think the Dodgers would say, listen, it doesn't matter. Yeah, they've taken care of us this year. They knocked us out of the playoffs. That stuff doesn't matter. You go to the other clubhouse, and they're going to be like, hell yeah, it matters, because it would matter to me if I were on the losing side of it.
I mean, they illustrated that perfectly, and I believe that was Trevor Plouffe with Chris Rose there, and he would definitely know. He's been in clubhouses and all that stuff. But whenever I ask Tony these things, he's always very dismissive of whether or not a team is letting another team in their head. But I can't think of any other way. And Tony did say earlier in the show that, yes, the Dodgers probably are thinking and feeling the heat that the Padres are putting on them right now. But I'd much rather be the hunter than the hunted.
Well, yeah, it's always a lot more fun to hunt instead of be hunted.
Oh, yeah, no one wants to be hunted.
But that being said, the way I find it amazing that we're even talking about this after a couple of years ago, and it seemed like the Padres could never get over the Dodger hump until they did it in the postseason in 2022. So, I think from that point forward, I think the Padres, at least the core group of players that are part of this organization right now that were there in 2022 and before, and the ones that are under contract for a long period of time, they know, as Joe Musgrove said, they know what they've matured as a group. They know, what it means to win baseball games. They know how to they know how to put these wins together. And I think they flipped it a little bit where they've punched the Dodgers in the mouth. They're not intimidated by Los Angeles anymore. And whether or not they'd ever admit to that is a different story. I don't think the Dodgers would ever admit that they're thinking about the Padres at all. What these players say in the media is obviously a lot different than what they're thinking on the inside. But the fact that the Dodgers are, the Padres have had their number this year, and they're and it's been a tough battle for LA, this season, and hopefully that continues because this team's still a good ball club. The Dodgers are. They're still the best team in the National League, and they have the best record in all of baseball. And the Padres, at any point, the next 2 days could go rough for the Padres. You never know, but take care of business tonight, and you'll be in a good spot. You're only a game and a half behind the Phillies for second best record in the National League. 2 games behind the Dodgers with the best record. They already passed the Brewers by a game as well. So with a division championship would come a first-round bye, and, the number 1 seed is still in play if we continue to put steps on a ladder of different things to accomplish going into the weekend.
I really think, too, that the Dave Roberts has an incredible amount of pressure on him because he's been managing this team for years and years and years and years and years. And they did win the World Series in 2020. But mostly Dave Roberts' tenure with the Dodgers has been them falling short of a World Series title. So I have to think that Dave Roberts is feeling the heat more so maybe than the players, because I don't know that they're going to fire him, but he cannot come up short again if you're in his mind. I can't come up short this year or else I might be gone.
We don't know what the relationship is like with the Dodgers in the front office, but a lot of the time these front offices do run a lot of the organization in terms of what gets called, and if Dave Roberts says yes to a lot of things and the Dodgers continue to win and let the front office run things, then he'll be the guy that still continues to be there for Los Angeles. I agree with you that eventually, I don't know how many times you can keep rolling it out there and getting the same result in the postseason, but I honestly, I think you gotta think about what Eno Sarah said last year on Benton Woods about the amount of games that you need to play to make it a fair shot in the playoffs. The playoffs are a crapshoot in Major League Baseball with how baseball is. Just baseball-y things, as we like to say on the Annie and Elston show.
Baseball-y things.
Annie says baseball-y things all the time.
I love it. I have heard her say that,
what did Chris Ellos? What did Chris say on the roundtable? He said the only thing that can keep the Padres out of this spot is just baseball. That's what's weird about baseball. So, a lot of it is baseball things, and sometimes you can't control that. And I don't necessarily know if they have a better answer for a manager spot, but no, he definitely feels the pressure. It'd be embarrassing to lose the division when you had the lead and you've done it every year, and it's almost been like a guarantee, with the exception of the one year the Giants got hot out of nowhere. But
the 3 years.
Well, I'm talking about more recently. It was like 2 years ago.
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. I see.
Because they had won like 10 straight.
And they won like 106 games or something insane like that.
Right. So, it's only a matter of time, I think, eventually. But they have pressure on them. They were the team going into the season that was expected to win the World Series because they spent so much money. They got Ohtani. The team was loaded. The Padres cut payroll. They relied on a lot of rookie, right? They were hoping Jurickson Profar was going to have a good year. He was cut last year. The Rockies cut him last year, and now he's now he's an all-star for the Padres, back in the Padres organization. So, I like this underdog mentality the Padres have. I know they're getting some hype now. I don't think they're going to buy into it. They seem laser focused and go out and light up Jack Flaherty tonight like they've done in the past, and hopefully put more pressure on the Dodgers come Thursday.
I don't think there's any individual figure in all of baseball who's got more pressure on him for the postseason than Dave Roberts.
Aaron Boone. Aaron Boone's got a lot of pressure because he's the Yankees manager.
I could see Aaron Boone having more pressure than Dave
those
Roberts.
are two, and then there's
Those
a
are the two.
gigantic cliff, a gap between whoever's number 3.
Oh, yeah,
they have
for sure.
mounds of pressure on those guys.
Yeah. A little bit of an update on we were talking about earlier. There's this hurricane on the East Coast is really, really messing up everything sports related, and of course we are more concerned about the people and everybody being safe and all that, but it is going to mess up a lot of the baseball seedings and possibly the playoffs and college football. But Joel Sherman is tweeting that if the Diamondbacks are eliminated over the weekend and the Mets and the Braves have not yet settled seeding, it will be the commissioner's discretion whether to play Monday for seeding purposes. So Rob Manfred would end up making that decision. From David O'Brien, Brian Snicker, the manager of the Braves, said it was his understanding that if Monday's second game isn't needed for postseason purposes, meaning if the picture is already finalized after game 1 of the doubleheader, then the Mets and Braves would not play the second game Monday. So the Padres could, I guess, in a way, help the Braves and the Mets, and that's probably the team that they're going to be playing. As of right now, they're playing the Mets. So if the Padres are able to eliminate the Diamondbacks over the weekend, then the Mets won't have to play, or the Braves or the Mets won't have to play that second game, and it'll save them a little bit. But that's the situation right now.
I'm like the Joker in this situation.
Why?
We need as much chaos as humanly possible.
I like chaos.
I love chaos. And I love chaos when it doesn't affect my ball club. And right now, this is chaos for the Mets and the Braves. We've discussed this a lot off air, obviously, with Adam being our resident Braves fan and saying it's BS. It is BS. The fact that they would make a Major League Baseball team potentially have to play 2 games on Monday and then travel late Monday night to a location that neither team knows where they're going. And potentially one to Milwaukee, one to San Diego, vice versa. The Diamondbacks could potentially be waiting around to see where they have to go. 3 teams in limbo the day before they're supposed to play a playoff game, which we know they're not going to just purposely put the 2 National League games at night.
Yeah.
Right? They usually stagger, but we'll see. Maybe that will be the saving grace for these teams with the commissioner, but we know that that's not necessarily the best decisions come out of that office over there in New York.
No.
But it's a problem for probably 3 teams. So right now I'm hoping that you go into the weekend, you go over the weekend, and whatever the results need to be with the Diamondbacks and the Padres, the Atlanta Braves and the Kansas City Royals, and the New York Mets and the Milwaukee Brewers, I hope that it's a situation where there's no guarantee the Diamondbacks are in the playoffs unless something happens in Monday's game, and they're all kind of around the same spot and tied where that last game matters, because I think it's only going to be a benefit to the Padres in more ways than one. And it's not just the Braves with the amount of games they're going to have to play, because they might miss Friday's game in Atlanta with Kansas City. That affects Kansas City, who's battling for a playoff spot. I mean, there's a lot of moving parts to this, that in terms of seeding, and you probably won't know where everybody's going until after the conclusion of the second game on Monday.
Back when I was doing pre and post game before Sam Levitt came here, we had a game that the Padres played in Atlanta, and it got rained out. It was like a 5-hour rain delay. They finally rained it out. I came up with a solution for this, and it was to put a tarp over Truist Field in Atlanta. Adam, why does your team not have a roof on their stadium?
All stadiums should have retractable roofs.
Yes. Well, I don't know about all.
There's plenty of ballpark of teams that don't have,
and it makes no sense to me, because they have to deal with all this chaos when one of their games rains out.
Are you trying to call out specific teams for not having domes, or are you saying all teams should have domes?
I don't think all teams. I like baseball being played outside, but in Atlanta,
you just answered your question.
Retractable roofs.
But in Atlanta, it's a different circumstance because they get a lot of rain during the summer, and they have a lot of rainouts.
It's hot. Retractable roofs. Then you get the
It's
best
hot
of both
too.
worlds.
Yeah, there you go.
Retractable roofs. Or it could be like SoFi, an open air facility.
This is like what we were talking about
It's
yesterday.
open air facility.
This is like what we were talking about yesterday, was separating the rookie of the year into a hitter and a pitcher. And you're like, This doesn't happen all the time. We shouldn't change the rules because it happened once. Just because there's a couple of rain delays in the 2024 season doesn't mean every team in a certain geographic location needs to go out and build a new stadium or a new retractable dome.
I'll stitch some tarps together and send it down to Truist Park.
Even if they had a dome, they probably wouldn't play anyway because they have a state of emergency.
And
People
I see
gotta
the
go to
chat
games.
saying, "Hey, it's a state." I know. We're just having fun with this conversation. Not everything has to be taken so seriously, people. When we get back here on Gwynn and Chris, we are going to tell you the one Padres player that could be added to the postseason roster. So we'll reveal who that is when we get back on 97.3 The Fan. Hour is brought to you by Indeed. Need to hire? You need Indeed. Their end-to-end solution helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates all year round. Schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from your Indeed dashboard. Learn more by visiting Indeed.com/credits. Matt Skraby, Braden Soprano, Adam Klug here on 97.3 The Fan. Gwynn and Chris. Chris will be back next week. And Tony will be back with us tomorrow. Braden will also be joining us tomorrow for the final game between the Padres and the Dodgers. Okay, when I went to break, I said there's going to be a possible addition to the postseason roster for the Padres, and a lot of people guessed it on the chat. It would be Hassan Kim. And from an update earlier from Kevin Acee, he said Kim's expected to work for the next few days at the Padres facility in Peoria and then join the team at Chase Field on Friday. They're not sure when he's going to be activated, if he's going to be activated Friday or if he's going to be activated for the postseason. But there is a lot of questions as to what will happen when Hassan Kim comes back and if he gets back on this team, if he's ready to go. Major question is, where does he play? Does he play second base? Does he play shortstop? We briefly talked about it earlier, Braden, and both of us agreed that Xander should stay at shortstop. But I guess the better question for us is where can they put Hassan Kim to, give him the best chance at succeeding? Would it be second base or shortstop? I'm thinking second base because of his shoulder injury. It's not going to be easy for him to throw across the diamond. He tried to throw a couple weeks ago, and they said that he couldn't make it from shortstop to first base. Not that he couldn't make it, but his arm wasn't as strong. So I would think second base might be the more natural position for him once he comes back with that injury.
Coming off the bench?
No. I mean, you move Jake back to first. You put Hassan Kim second.
No, I'm saying
you want him to come off the bench.
I wouldn't start him. Absolutely not. I don't think you could just throw him back in the lineup. He's missed a significant amount of time. He's not a better hitter than the guys that are currently in the lineup, aside from the catcher, but you need the catcher in there anyway. But I'd still rather have Diaz in the lineup than Kim. I think he'd be a good defensive replacement late in the ball game. Maybe a pinch run guy. I mean, he's there for the vibes. They love the vibes.
He's there for the vibes.
But I just, the way that everybody's hitting right now, if I'm an opposing team, I'm not afraid of Hassan Kim coming up to bat. I'm not.
No.
Not in a playoff game. I mean, right now your lineup's legit. You got good players all over the place, and I don't think Hassan Kim's not a good player, but I don't think he's better than the guys that you currently have in the 7, 8, 9 spots. He would come off the bench. I wouldn't mess with anything.
I would like to amend my point or my decision on where he should play. If he comes back this weekend and gets some at-bats, you may consider putting him in the lineup for the postseason. But if he does not come back this weekend to get any at-bats, I'm not comfortable with him trying to get reacclimated to the game after being away for over a month in the postseason. It's just not something that I think many players would be good at, and it's not setting him up to succeed. So that's maybe, I'm thinking about this right now, maybe why he would come back this weekend.
I mean, get him up to speed.
You can't get anything going on in the minor leagues right now. He's going to be thrown into the fire. And with the way he was hitting earlier this year, I'm not comfortable with throwing him into the fire in the postseason.
I'm not taking Solano out of the lineup. So I mean, honestly that's what I think it comes down to. I mean, I'd have a rise.
Are you comfortable with his first base play though, Solano?
Yeah, I mean, we could talk about defense all you want, but at the end of the day, you got to be able to swing the stick. In teams that do well in the postseason, swing the stick. The Phillies, the year they went to the World Series, were one of the worst defensive teams in baseball. They swung the stick. They made it to the World Series. You got to swing and you got to pitch. And if the pitching's good, you're not going to have to worry about, the defense per se. And it's not even like Solano's like a major liability at first base. He does a solid job at first base, but you could also use probably a rise at first base if you really wanted to. I know a lot of people like having Jake Cronenworth at first, like, oh, he's a really great first baseman. Well, no S. The guy's a shortstop. If you put any shortstop in Major League Baseball at first base, he'd be a great first baseman. He's a shortstop. Of course he's great at first base. I don't think Kim, it's going to come down to, would you rather have Kim in the lineup or would you rather have Solano in the lineup? I think Solano's bat is more important than Hassan Kim's defense, and I would have Solano in the lineup in the postseason. And then if you want to use defense late and you want to use a defensive replacement, You bring Kim in late into the game. You can reshuffle the infield if you want. Put Kim at shortstop. You can move Bogarts over to second. Cronenworth can play first. You get Solano out of there in the late innings when you need defensive players. I think that's worth, what it is. I don't think Kim's a great base runner, but he is
I don't want to see him pinch
fast.
run.
But I don't really want to see him
it.
pinch run, and I don't want to hear Chris Ello bitch about it the next day if he gets thrown out of the base pass because of him pinch running.
And he would.
I don't think in a World Series level lineup, Hassan Kim is a part of it from an offensive standpoint. I don't think his defense overcomes his bat compared to what the options currently are to have in the lineup with the bat.
I do agree with you. I do. I think that Donovan Solano has been someone. I mean, he's been in it for the last couple of weeks, for the last more than a month. And Donovan Solano has come through for the Padres many times this year. Hassan Kim has struggled all the way around. He struggled at the plate. He struggled defensively. He struggled running the bases. So I'm glad I don't have to make these decisions, because then who are you going to take off the roster?
Yeah, you got to take somebody off the roster. Probably Nick Ahmed, I guess. Well, you don't have to.
Poor Nick Ahmed.
Is it 25 or 26 for the postseason? I don't remember.
It expands, right? Or does it go back down?
It expanded for the. It expanded for the
26. It says it was 25 prior to 2020.
All right, so
from
yeah,
MLB.com.
Yeah, it was 26-man roster, but it's up to 28 right now, isn't it? For September, don't you get like 2 extra roster spots?
Yes.
So it's back to 26.
It's
so you're
back
gonna
to
have to take
yeah.
2 guys off anyway.
So Lockridge and Ahmed probably.
I'd take Lockridge on a playoff roster.
He's a good base
pinch runner.
Yeah,
absolutely.
And I trust him more on the base pass than what I've seen Hassan Kim do this year, because there's been a couple times where we're like, what in the world is happening?
But you're going to have to take somebody off the roster. You're going to have to take 2 players. Ahmed's probably definitely off the roster, and then you'd have to find somebody else off the roster. Do you get to take Tyler Wade off after you made the entire team the entire year?
No, Tyler Wade's too important to this team.
Well, then you got Lockridge too.
Well,
that's going to be a tough decision for them. Do you want the pinch run? I mean, is somebody going to go on the injured list?
It's too bad we don't have like a Matt Carpenter on the team where it's just expendable,
Yeah, I mean, your roster right now, it's not going to be Diaz or Higashioka. It's it's going to be probably Nick Ahmed, but then you need somebody else. And then if you add Kim, you're going to take a 3rd person off the roster.
That is a good point. That's a lot of people to take off a roster. Honestly, I mean, usually you're making moves 1 or 2 guys, maybe 3 guys, but going into the postseason, I don't want to mess with the vibes. All right, that is it for Braden today. Thank you so much, Braden, for coming in and hanging out with us today. You'll be back with us tomorrow. We'll see what's happening with the Padres, but when we get back, I am going to talk to Sammy Lev. He's going to get the scene set up at Dodger Stadium. We're also going to go over, if we have time, some of the most important games of the year for Padres in regards to the Championship Leverage Index. So that's all up next here on 97.3 The Fan. Skraby with you. Adam Klug's still here with me. Braden Soprena is off, and he is going to be doing his soccer play-by-play. So he'll be back tomorrow to help us finish up this Padres series against the Dodgers. We're going to check in with Sam Levitt here shortly in just a little bit. He is down or up at Dodger Stadium, and he will give us a little bit of what's going on up there. Rod on the chat says, quote, AJ Preller, HSK defense is the key to playoff run. Now, if he really did say that, it's going to put AJ Preller into a little bit of a corner, but we were just talking about whether or not Hassan Kim should be put back in the lineup, come off the bench, and some were even saying in the chat that this, Kim might not ever play a game as a Padre again, which is really dramatic, but we'll figure it out because on Friday we should have some decisions from the Padres on what they're going to do with Kim. Let's go to the phones real quick before we go to Sam Levitt. Mike in Carlsbad wants to talk about last night's game. So what's up, Mike? How are you doing?
I am doing great. How are you, Skraby?
Very, very good, especially after last night.
Good.
And now I understand that you were up there.
God. Yeah, so we'll start on Sunday. So my son and I have been to numerous Padres games. We are lifetime, forever Padre fans. And he's 12, plays a lot of baseball. On Sunday, we were bummed because we couldn't make it to any of the games last week. And I said, hey, Huddy, you want to go to? And he goes, yeah, let's go. Didn't even finish the sentence, okay? So we get tickets to go on Tuesday. My daughter, his twin sister, wants to go too. So the three of us go. We are sitting in the middle deck, right at first base. And I can't make this up. About the fourth inning, my son looks at me and he goes, hey, Dad, have you ever seen a triple play live? I'm like, no, I've never seen a triple play. I don't even know if I've seen one on SportsCenter, right? And you know what happened.
Yeah.
But I'm telling you, that last inning, we're sitting there, and we're surrounded, of course, by Dodger fans, and they're going berserk. And I'm about ready to vomit, seeing what's probably inevitable. And that play happens, and I kid you not, you could hear a pin drop in that stadium. It was freaking awesome. And what was really cool, honestly, all these Dodger fans turned to me and they went, wow, I got a couple high fives. I thought they were going to be pissed. They were smiling. They're like, did that really just happen? And they were just in shock.
Yeah.
And we walked out of that stadium peacefully, and no one gave us any crap. Got a bunch of high fives. They're like, wow, that was amazing.
Well, that's a great story, Mike, and that's something that you and your kids are going to remember for the rest of their lives. I mean, did you take him?
My son's going to tell his kids.
Yes, yes. Did you take him out of school for this to get up there, or?
No, I picked him up at school, right at school, and then we made it up.
Well, hey, that is awesome and good dad points right there. And thank you, Mike, for calling, because I remember when I was a kid, there was a Monday Night Football game, 49ers against the Broncos. It was Steve Young against John Elway. Jerry Rice was making his return from an ACL injury, and he caught a touchdown. And I can tell you right now, that was one of the best memories of my childhood. And I think your memory, Mike, is going to be a little bit better because it had a triple play involved and it had the Padres clinching the playoffs, but I guarantee you that's something they remember for the rest of their lives. All right. Thank you, Mike, for the phone call. Time to go up to Dodger Stadium, but first, let's check our traffic report.
From the 97.3 The Fan Traffic Center, here's Kelly Danick.
Still a few problems here, guys. Southbound 5 past Gilman, collision involving a couple vehicles. It's over to the right shoulder. Also, South 163, right before the 5, hit and run crash. Not showing if lanes are blocked. Accident involving a motorcycle, eastbound 84 Taylor Street. That's got middle lanes blocked. I'm Kelly Danick with Gwynn and Chris, San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan.
Sammy Lev is with us. Sam, how did you survive last night? That was amazing stuff. I saw all of your content. Go to his Twitter at Sammy Lev. You'll see a bunch of great videos. But how you doing, buddy?
Skraby, I'm doing well. Beautiful night here in L.A. Padres taking batting practice and getting ready for another big-time game here at Dodger Stadium. Crowd filing in. It is a Clayton Kershaw bobblehead night. So typically what's known to be as a late arriving crowd. I think here a little bit earlier here tonight because of the bobblehead giveaway. But as far as last night, I mean, it was obviously a tremendous ending. As you can see, for those watching on YouTube, I had the poncho on, ready to go. Really, that poncho was useless. And I realized later in the night as we were in the clubhouse, like all the veterans, you know, the AJ Cassavilles, the Kevin Aces, the Dennis Lins, Bob Scanlon, Mud, Tony included, you know, nobody's got ponchos on. They just, you know, they get wet. So I think hopefully when I'm in there the next time, no poncho, just made things a little bit more difficult. But it was a great time, good celebration. This team deserves it. And now they have to turn the page and focus on tonight. And I felt like last night those guys understood that already, that there is still work to be done. I think this team understands the opportunity they have in front of them here tonight and tomorrow and what it could possibly mean. And certainly they've got a guy in Dylan Cease on the mound today who could deliver a big-time outing. He was sensational in that last start against the Astros. So last night was fun, but I think officially right now all the focus on today's game.
Yeah, and that's very true because Darvish even was a guy who was like, I'm done celebrating. I got to go prepare for my start. Dylan Cease, same way. But, I mean, let's put it into perspective that the beginning of this season, I don't think anyone really thought the Padres were going to be competing for the division title at the end of the year. Possibly, but most likely not. And now they're on track. If they win out, they're going to win 96 games on the season. Like, how incredible has this run been?
Yeah, I think the second half in particular has been just outstanding. I mean, talk about a team just firing on all cylinders. And you're right, sitting at 91 wins with 5 games remaining. I don't know that a lot of us, even after the trades for Cease and Arise and watching the up and down nature of the first half, I don't know that any of us could have predicted this team to win 90-plus games, and if they do play really well in the final 5 games, win in the mid-90s in games. So it's a testament to this team, the way they've gelled, the way they've played, the moves that AJ Preller has made, not just before the season, but during the season, at the trade deadline, fortifying this bullpen, getting guys like Solano and Peralta in here, pushing the right button with Jackson Merrill, knowing that he was ready at a spring training. I caught up with AJ last night, and I'll tell you, the more and more I think about it, that guy deserves a ton of credit for the way he put this team together and how well they've played, what a cohesive unit it's been. So it's been a little bit of everything, Skraby. I mean, this team's just playing really well. Every phase, starting pitching, relief pitching, offense, they've hit all year. It's hard right now, no matter what happens tonight and tomorrow here in LA. Look, if they can win tonight, it sets up just a super intense game tomorrow.
Yes.
And then you see what happens in Arizona. You see what happens tomorrow first. But regardless of what happens, I mean, I think if you're a Padres fan right now, you have got to be feeling really good and really confident with where they're at. Now, the wild card series, it's tough. It's a 3-game series, and you get off to a bad start in game 1, all of a sudden your backs could be against the wall. But I think if you're a Padres fan, if you're listening in San Diego right now, you should be really proud of what this group has been and what they've accomplished, but you should be really excited about the potential of this group. I mean, this is a group that can hang with anybody, to me, and they're proving it day in, day out right now.
And you got all the talking heads out there saying that the Padres are the most dangerous ones that teams should be worried to face in the playoffs. And I think last night kind of showed me, AJ's moves for Tanner Scott and Jason Adam. I want to focus in on Tanner Scott because Shohei Ohtani has been the hottest hitter on the planet here in the last month. And he came out, he doubled on the first pitch off of Michael King. And you thought, okay, this is going to be a Shohei Ohtani game again. And then he walked in his next appearance. Then he made an out on a great catch by Jerks and Profar. But here's where I think it proves why AJ Preller deserves more credit. Because the left-handed Scott, why did I forget his Tanner Scott? Duh. He came in and he struck out Shohei Ohtani on 3 pitches. You go lefty against lefty, great pitcher against the best hitter in the game, and Tanner Scott won that battle. And that proves to me why AJ Preller needs more credit.
Yeah, I mean, look, let's talk about that 7th inning in particular, because before the triple play, Skraby, I think you can make the argument when they're leading 4-1 in the 7th inning last night. When Scott comes in, he gives up a base hit to Gavin Lux, then the double play off the bat of Rojas, then he strikes out Ohtani. Before that triple play, you could very well make the argument that the double play off the bat of Rojas to make it 2 outs and nobody on for Ohtani was the play of the game. I'm being serious.
Yeah.
You think about what the situation is. If Rojas gets on there, then you got Ohtani up, 2 on, nobody out, Betts behind him, Freeman behind Betts. Even if you don't get 2 outs there, then you still got Ohtani with Betts, the tying run, waiting on deck. I thought, aside from the triple play last night, Scott getting through that inning after giving up the leadoff hit and getting that double play out of the 9 spot from Rojas, I thought that was massive. Look, it's going to be interesting moving forward, as you mentioned, and talk about Tanner Scott to, see what they do with the 9th inning in save situations
let's
right
talk
now.
about that.
Yeah, we'll play what Mike Schultz had to say earlier today. He used the term interchangeable parts when talking about the bullpen, and I do get the sense. Now, we saw Suarez last night, but I do get the sense that this is going to be about moving forward where the lane is in that particular part of the lineup. It may not be about, it's the 7th inning, it's time for Scott. It's the 8th inning, it's time for Adam. It's the 9th inning, it's time for Suarez. I'm starting to get a real feeling that it's going to be much more about where in the lineup are you, where is the lane for all 3 of those guys, and where do they make sense, and not so much about it's the 7th inning, time for this guy, 8th inning, time for this guy. That might be something, you'd see in the regular season in June if Suarez was struggling. But right here, right now, as we come down the final stretch, I think you may start to see that a lot more of where guys fit in the final few innings rather than the inning dictating who's coming in. So it's going to be fascinating. Bullpen, for the most part, has been great. Look, the bullpen was great last night, Skraby.
Of course.
I mean, aside from the 3 hits given up by Suarez to start that 9th inning, it was great. So I know, very long answer, and I took that all different kinds of directions. But, it's going to be interesting to see how the Padres operate the back end of this bullpen in the final 5 games of the regular season. And but no doubt they have a luxury of options back there, which is, like you said originally, a credit to AJ Preller and what he did at the deadline.
So we have the lefty situation figured out with Tanner Scott. Now, if we're going into the 9th inning and it's a righty, we need a righty matchup. Are we going Jason Adam or are we going Robert Suarez at this point? I know we just kind of talked about it, but I think there's an argument to be made that Jason Adam might be the better choice at this moment in time.
Yeah, I mean, so the thing about Adam is he gets righties and lefties out, right? Again, I think, look, Robert and Adam are both good options to have out of your bullpen. Would it shock me to see a Robert Suarez come in a high-leverage spot in the 7th inning and the Padres save Adam for later in the game, maybe even a save opportunity in a game coming up? No, it would not shock me based on what's being said right now in that term, interchangeable parts, when it comes to the back end of this bullpen. So, look, I think the misconception when people have talked about some of the struggle Suarez has experienced, I mean, he's not going to be relegated to mop-up duty. I mean, so if he's not pitching the 9th inning, well, it's going to be somewhere else. I mean, even
somewhere
if it's a little bit
leverage.
earlier. Yeah, I mean, to me, he's going to come in close games and high-leverage spots, probably when you have a lead. I mean, forget about the order for a second. And that's why I think it is very, very important, regardless of if he's pitching the 9th inning or the 8th inning or the 7th inning, they got to get Robert Suarez back on track because he's very important to this bullpen, regardless of what inning he's pitching in.
Very true. A reminder to stay tuned for the EcoWater SoCal Padres pregame show with Sam Levitt next on 97.3 The Fan. That gets started at 6:10. Last one for me, Sam. We were just talking about the news that Hassan Kim may be rejoining the team here in Arizona or for the postseason. He's definitely going to meet back up with the team in Arizona. So our conversation was, what do you do with them? Braden wanted to have him come off the bench. I sort of said maybe you put him at second base because of the injury to his shoulder. But the more I think about it, the more I think that the coming off of the bench is the best thing. But what are your initial thoughts on where Hassan Kim should go once he gets put back on this roster?
Well, I think you bring up a really interesting point, and I had this conversation with Annie and Elston earlier today. We didn't really touch on this part of it. Is he, is Kim with the throwing to a point where he can play the infield, right? Like, I would assume he's not going to be back on this roster unless he can confidently make a throw from shortstop, right, if he's got to play there.
Yeah.
So let's assume that he's healthy enough to play the infield. I don't see the Padres, and I don't think they should. I don't see them moving Xander back to second and now flip-flopping that. I really don't. I think Xander probably stays at shortstop. That's not for sure. Who knows? Maybe he goes to second base. But I would be hesitant to move Xander back after you've already moved him back to short, and he's had to transition now a couple of times. I see Kim likely as somebody who's either in somewhat of a platoon with Jake. Maybe he's facing left-handed pitching, or he's somebody coming off the bench, and he's coming in for defense, and he's pinch hitting, and he's an option to start. I don't know that you're taking Jake out of this lineup half the time right now. So it's going to be interesting. It really is, because I think a lot of us have operated as of late like Kim's not coming back, based on the schedule. But we'll see. I would not move Xander, though, from shortstop and back to second base again. That's me. I wouldn't do it. But who knows? We'll see what happens.
Well, you are a smart guy, so I'll listen to you, Sam.
Yeah, I'm not as smart as the guys in that dugout.
What's coming up on the pregame show?
Coming up on the pregame show, we'll hear from Mike Schilt. We'll hear from Fernando Tatis Jr., and I had a good 4 or 5 minutes with Jeremiah Estrada as well. Really good stuff from Jeremiah, who, by the way, you want to talk about big moments in last night's game, comes in the 6th inning, 4-1 game, 2 on, tying run at the plate, and Tommy Edman threw one pitch, got a pop-up, and that was it. And Estrada was really important in that game, and he's been a big part of this bullpen, and he's been really good as of late. So Jeremiah, he grew up in the Coachella Valley, is very familiar with the Dodgers and the Padres in this area. So it was actually his first appearance here at Dodger Stadium last night. So he was telling me about that, how cool it was to have last night and
awesome.
what the game was. So, good stuff with him, and we'll talk with Jesse as well coming up in a bit.
All right. Thank you so much, Sam. Everybody stay tuned and listen to the EcoWater SoCal Padres pregame show starting at 6:10 p.m. Sammy Lev, the hardest working guy in Padres radio. He's always doing stuff. Thank you, Sam. All right. We just have a few minutes left here on the Gwynn and Chris program on 97.3 The Fan. I'm Matt Skraby. Adam Klug is here with me. But before we go any further, it's time to pause for station identification.
KWFN and KWFN HD1 San Diego.
Padres play here, and we're your year-round spot for Padres talk in San Diego. Join our Tier 1 listeners. Catch Ben and Woods weekdays from 6 to 10 a.m. on San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan.
And Odyssey Sports Station.
Now, I said if we had time, we were going to bring up the Padres' most important games this season in regards to the championship leverage index, which is something that Baseball Reference does, and they rank each game. So these are the top 7 games for the Padres this season. Adam, what would you think is the #1 game this year for the championship leverage index? I'm making this easy on you. I'm making it easy.
Well, I'll put you on the spot. Can you define championship power index or whatever it is, leverage index?
Anything over 1 is good, or anything over 1.
But is it games that contributed to them making the world? I mean, I don't.
Yes,
what am I trying to determine here?
Okay, that's a good point.
Games that they were unlikely to win. Like, are we talking like 8-run comebacks, or was
the
it
importance of particular plays or games, or the particular play to the outcome of that game?
So we're talking about individual plays.
See, this is where I need to do. I should have done more.
You got to let me know what
yeah, you're right.
Me.
You're right. See, I am still learning at this job. I need to have everything covered. Let's see. Championship leverage index measures the importance of a particular play to the outcome of that game. That was leverage index. Championship leverage index measures the importance of a game to a team's chances of winning the World Series. So that's still.
I mean, how is anything more important than last night's triple play?
Thank you. That's where I was going. Triple play last night. That game, most important game of the Padres season, according to championship leverage index.
Am I right? Is that what
you are?
Look?
That's it.
I mean,
and the reason is because they clinch a playoff spot, which puts them that much closer to a World Series.
For the people who listen to our radio station a lot, you hear people in the station talk a lot about not bunting and analytically and all these things, but if Rojas, in a world where Rojas got down a successful sacrifice bunt last night, we're looking at runners on second and third and one out for Ohtani.
Yeah.
The Padres are intentionally walking Ohtani there.
Yes.
So now we're talking about bases loaded, one out for Mookie Betts, followed by Freddie Freeman.
Now, he showed bunt, right? And then he pulled it back, and then he swung away.
And Dave Roberts said that he took the bunt call off. But my point is, getting that triple play and avoiding a situation where Ohtani, Betts, and Freeman are coming up is huge.
Oh, yeah, that is huge. And, I had a dread filling me inside when I was watching the game last night because I knew how it was going with Robert Suarez, and I knew that Ohtani was coming up, Freddie Freeman, Mookie Betts, but that triple play will go down in infamy. Infamy, I tell you.
I don't know about infamy. Infamy's a bad thing, right?
No, it's
lore. It goes down in
lore. Okay, we
Padres
could use lore. We could use Padres lore.
Does this index you're referencing have a number associated with it?
2.15.
So what's the next closest? Is what I'm
1.61.
So a lot. And what play was that?
The next one would have been the games. The championship is the games towards winning the World Series, but it would be one of their wins in Pittsburgh, the Thursday win when they won 7-6. Jason Adam won. Bednar blew the save in that one.
Was that like a gigantic, huge comeback or something? Good.
I think that was. I'm pretty sure that was the game that Jackson Merrill hit the home run off of Bednar.
Okay.
And so, then the next one I don't really get, honestly.
Things turned around for me for the season. Wasn't it the sweep of the A's, the very first sweep of the season? They were just coming off being swept by the Angels.
Yes.
That really seemed to turn things around for the Padres.
It did, but that's not on the list. The rest of the games
Can we just
on
get rid of this list?
Can we get rid of the list?
Yeah,
you don't want to do the list? I know, it's not going. When I first thought about it, I thought this is going to be good stuff, but it's not. It's not good stuff at all. Thank you, Baseball Reference, or thank you, my brain. You're talking about bunting, Adam. There was apparently a perfect game broken up by a bunt today. The Reds bunted, and it broke up the perfect game, and everybody on the chat is saying that's like the chicken bleep move. I don't.
Yeah, that goes way against the unwritten rules of baseball.
But that's the thing, unwritten rules. Why is it such a bad thing to bunt during a perfect game? Why don't you cover the bunt if you're going to be a team that wants to complete the perfect game?
You want to break up a perfect game, you get a hit.
Yes, you get.
Them's the rules, Skraby. I don't make them.
It goes back to when who was the guy for the Padres? Ben. Forgetting his name, but the Padres did this against Kurt Schilling, where they bunted to break up a perfect game, it was a huge deal.
Exactly.
Oh, Ben Davis, that's the guy's name.
It was a huge deal.
But it was a huge deal for the Arizona Diamondbacks, not for the Padres. I find nothing wrong with this. And
so do you find anything wrong with stealing bases late in the game when you're up by 10 runs?
What do I care? Stop it. I mean, it doesn't matter. It was like the Giants did a couple years ago when they were doing. I mean, that's specifically what I think of when you're saying
Do
that.
you like football teams throwing bombs when they're up by 4 touchdowns late in the fourth quarter?
What do I care?
Okay. At least you're consistent.
I mean, I don't care. Okay, perfect example. I know we're at the end of the show. You said yesterday with Ben Higgins sitting his defense that was the way you play the game.
Yeah.
I'm not going to change your mind, so I'm not even going to try to change your mind. Thank you, Adam, though, for being here all day. Being a great...
Dan Comer in the chat says I'm 1,000,000,000% right. Not a million, 1 billion. 1 billion.
I knew I was going into this. I was wading into waters where people are going to crush me. All right. That is it for today's show. We'll be back tomorrow. See where the Padres are at in the division race. See what they did last night or tonight. And Sammy Lev is going to be up next, starting at 6:10 p.m., the EcoWater SoCal Padres pregame show. Enjoy the game. Have a good night, everybody.